and Councillor Free, who are both online. And I think they are the only two who are. Everybody else is here. So if we will be having morning tea at about 10:30ish, just to give you an idea of the first hour. We've made a couple of changes to the agenda today so that we will start out with Thorndon Quay as we have now, but we'll follow that with the half-cost path paper, and then the parklets paper, and then just revert to the previous order. And that's because a couple of councillors have to leave earlier. So just a small change going forward. So if you could join me in the karakia, please. Whakati hao ki te uru, whakati hao ki te tonga, kia makina kina tau. Tara te tai, e hi ake, te tura, te reo, te uka, te hauhau, te he Māori ora. Thank you. Are there any apologies? Well, yes, two councillors. So are you all leaving early? Is that the...
Just to leave at 3.
Oh, you're at 3. 3:30. At 1ish and about 11:45. Okay, thanks.
3:30 as well.
Okay, so now we have public participation. Oh, sorry, we need to vote on that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Matthews. Can we have... Oh, we're just finished for this one. Liz, we're waiting for you. I'll dock you for that. Thank you. That's passed. Now we have the confirmation of the minutes. Again, I move it, and Councillor Matthews a second. Can we have vote on that, please? Councillor Padditt. Thank you. That is also passed. There are no items not on the agenda. And now we'll move into public participation, and I'd like to invite Paul Robinson to come and present. And Paul, as the representative of an organisation, you have 10 minutes, which includes question and answer time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This morning we're appearing for the second time to talk about the petition that Thorndon Quay Hut Road Collective presented to Council back in July. There have been three items that underpin our petition. The first, that all the data in the original business case was skewed. It had a bias around it. And we've put that case forward. You've seen it. In the papers today, in the agenda item, you'll see the first statement that we need to deal with is that I've raised the issue around a conflict of interest. I've appreciated the assistance that the chairman's given me in clarifying that conflict of interest. The documentation that I hope, Mr. Chair, has been tabled today shows John Leeswin as a director of Via Strada, John Leeswin as a committee member of Cycle Action Network, and a document prepared developing the Cycle Action Network plan that shows John Leeswin as author. That is a clear conflict of interest. The onus is on officers to demonstrate that that interest has been disclosed and it's been resolved. So, Mr. Chair, at some point when I've finished my talk, could you please clarify whether Mr. Robinson was factually incorrect when he said there was a conflict of interest? I don't believe so. If you don't believe that is factually correct, well then will you please consider the following documents: the Aro Valley cycling plan from October 22, the NIO cycling plan from September 22, the Berrenport to Newtown plan, April 23, the Kilburnie plan from January 23, the Karori Connections plan from July 23, the Wadestown Street Stage 2 thing from July 23, and the Oriental Bay document from 2016. Those conflicts exist in all those documents, and they need to be resolved, in my opinion. At the heart of our discomfort is the state of the pipes along Thorndon Quay. And we have this weird situation where there is a document that has been sent from Wellington Water to Let's Get Wellington Moving that says, amongst the expenditure that you must spend, is also a comment that says you must carry out the following investigative work. Now, Wellington Water have confirmed that they never received a response to that email. They sent a similar one for Golden Mile, an identical sister document, and they did get a response. And officers claim that there is no record of the Thorndon Quay document ever being received. And yet, Councillor Calvert and myself and Mr Piper, various other business people were in the room along with Ms Proctor and Gary Mewison. Gary Mewison put his hand up and said, I know about that document. We received it and we talked to Wellington Water. But now there's total denial that that existed. Now, you need to get serious about that because that is either misinformation, gaslighting, or something on that spectrum. Is that clear? It's not right. You're exposing Thorndon Quay businesses to huge risk of additional disruption if those pipes prove to be as faulty as we think they are. Neither Wellington City Council nor Let's Get Wellington Moving have carried out the investigative work. Now, in your agenda item, you'll see that officers advise it will cost $1.1 million and take 4 months to carry out that work. That work should have been carried out a year or 18 months or possibly sometime after September 2022, but it hasn't been done. And that presents a huge project risk. Do we just pretend? We just don't want to know the condition of the pipes. Officers say, oh, the replacement of the pipes isn't in the 10-year plan. The reason it's not in the 10-year plan is nobody responded to the memo from Wellington Water saying this investigative work needs to be done. If you don't ask, you won't know. So I'm shattered, I have to say, and incredibly disappointed in Wellington City Council. And we've got this, I know this morning that you're all going to vote against getting an independent review done. Well, the majority of you are going to vote for that. And I just have to say that's very, very disappointing because you're exposing us to incredible business risk. Now, the final point really is around the damage that's been done by this project to businesses along Thorndon Quay. And we have the wonderful Changing Lanes report that was prepared back earlier in the year. In the draft report, it's got a whole bunch of stuff that is not that flash, so it disappeared from sight for many months, and then it resurfaces again the other day saying, oh no, the FPOS data shows that there's nothing unusual about Thorndon Quay. But the car parking revenue used to be at $1.2, $1.3 million a year. It is now less than $500,000. Mr Chair, I know you've raised the question about whether car parking data is relevant to business success in Thorndon Quay. Thorndon Quay has always been a car parking destination. If the number of car park people visiting by car is down by 65%, you can be sure that businesses have been severely impacted. So those are the 3 points behind this. I really encourage you to get an independent review done. You have not received reliable advice from councillors. They said car parking revenue would only drop by 74,000. It's dropped by 700,000. It's moved by 1 decimal. You to get an independent review done, because if councillors don't agree to do it, somebody else will, and that won't reflect well on Wellington City Council.
Thank you, Paul. Is there any questions? Councillor Naridon.
Thank you for your hard work in this and advocacy. My question to you is, are you asking the review to happen before the project, or are you also opposing the project itself?
No, we opposed the project a long time ago. We want a review done because the project is progressing markedly differently to what was originally conceived.
A follow-up question, not exactly that, but do you have the document that you say, the memo from Wellington Water? Is there a way that can be justified if officers are saying they didn't receive it? How do you think best that can be, how the councillors can find out?
They can ask Mr. Mewison. They can get affidavits prepared by all the people that were at the meeting, and I think was it May this year, where Mr. Mewison said, we've got that memo, we actioned it.
Thank you, Paul, and I'll raise some questions to officers about some of the issues you've raised. But just wondering, in terms of the review, you're not happy, but you can see that you want us to spend the money because the review's so important, just to clarify?
The review is hugely important. It's not just to look at bygones, it's to look at the future. It's to look at how does Thorndon Quay function well as a business community when it's been so damaged by this project. If you talk to anybody on the street, when I get greeted on the street these days, the first comment is, I feel so sorry for you and what you're going through down on Thorndon Quay. Isn't it a shambles?
Just the other question I had is there's large numbers of people projected to come through by bus and cycle. Do you see that is a strategic need for the city for us to make provision for those people?
But not at the expense of business. There were multiple, you've already lost in the Court of Appeal because you didn't.
Sorry, Paul, sorry, we're running out of time, so could we just go to Councillor Chung, who's got the last question?
Thanks very much, Paul. Can you tell me if you've had meaningful discussions with council officers regarding all these issues?
Oh, look, I have to say I appreciate the chairman has been very good in recent days concerning that, and Mayor Whānau has been down to visit it. She stood on top in the bus shelter that has the 18 manhole covers that cover up all the waterworks underneath it. She's come down and seen that, so I appreciate that. But, I mean, we've been going for 6 or 7 years now on this with this Damocles sword hanging over our head. And nobody has got a grip on the fact that Thorndon Quay is an important business district. People need to be able to access our businesses, and they can't. You need to talk to Tony from Bordeaux. You need to talk to New Zealand Uniforms. It used to be the second most successful out of their 20 shops across New Zealand. It's now the 18th. The data there is really strong that the business is being damaged down there. So how do we get councillors to acknowledge that?
Thank you, Paul. The time is up. Thank you. We, of course, will be covering this
Thanks
later.
very much, Paul.
Now we have the Honourable Sir Douglas White or his advisor. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Morgan Slyfield. I'm the legal counsel for Douglas White, who's joining me at the table. I'll be representing his position today. And I have a set of hard copy images, but they're up on your screen as well. So if you need a hard copy of what I'm going to take you through. The reason we are presenting to you today is to talk about the need for an urgent solution to a problem with the view shaft provisions that arose out of the Independent Hearings Panel hearings on the district plan, and specifically relates to view shaft 1 and view shaft 4. Now, the one up on your screen is view shaft 1. You'll recognise that's from out in front of the railway station at the intersection of Featherston and Bunny Streets. And as you probably know, the important part of that view shaft is the bit that's dashed in the centre. It's the view of the beehive with Te Ahumairangi Hill in the backdrop. If we scroll ahead here, this one here is view shaft 4, which is from further along Featherston Street, and again, its purpose is to protect this special view of the beehive with the backdrop of Te Ahumairangi Hill. Now, during the district plan hearings, the Independent Hearings Panel identified a major problem with the view shaft provisions. The problem is that the provisions were not sufficiently clear that they were intended to apply to all the land area through to Te Ahumairangi Hill. And that lack of clarity means that land beyond the city centre could be developed with buildings up to 9 stories high under the new intensification provisions, which would impinge significantly on these 2 view shafts. Now, my client presented evidence of the effect this would have on the view shafts to the panel, and I'll take you to a couple of images in here. Here is an image of 9-storey buildings simulated within part of Thorndon around Selwyn Terrace, and the impact they would have into view shaft 1. And I'll jump to the equivalent image for view shaft 4, which is this one. These are extracts from the information that was presented to the hearings panel, where the same set of buildings is modelled and simulated in this view of view shaft 4. And just to help you understand those images, here is an image, a bird's eye view looking back from above the motorway, and you can see the bold colours there are simply for ease of being able to see those various 9-storey structures, but that's telling you where those are. You can see the beehive in the background looking back towards Featherston Street in this shot. So this evidence was all presented to the IHP, and the IHP agreed that the lack of clarity in the provisions meant that these view shafts 1 and 4 are extremely vulnerable to development of this sort occurring in an uncontrolled way. That view was supported by my client. It was supported by the council officers who presented to the panel, and it was also supported by parliamentary services in front of the panel. Everybody wanted this problem fixed, but unfortunately the panel had to conclude it did not have scope to fix the problem, and that's because this issue was not detected early enough for somebody to have raised it in a written submission on the district plan. So what the panel did was say, we can't fix the problem, but we're going to make a recommendation to the council that this is urgently fixed through a further plan change. Now, that is the issue that should have been recommended to you for inclusion in the omnibus plan change that is the result of the report you're hearing on the agenda today from the resolution you passed back on the 14th of March when you asked officers to give you a report on what could be included in an omnibus plan change. However, the advice you're being given by the officers today and in that report is to leave this issue out of the omnibus plan change because they consider there is enough to be fixed with the view shaft chapter that ought to be the subject of its own separate plan change. Now, we don't disagree that there are probably a lot of problems to fix with the view shaft chapter. The issue here is really one of timing. The problem we have is that these view shafts, which were identified by the panel as probably the most important view shafts in the plan, are presently vulnerable to the type of development that I've shown you in the simulations, and unless something is done urgently, there is no way for you to stop that from occurring. So what we are seeking is that you urgently bring this into the, you direct council officers to include this in the omnibus plan change as the swiftest way to do it, and if need be, that could be limited to just this issue on view shafts 1 and 4. It needn't be a whole fix for all the view shaft provisions.
Sorry, we've run out of time, but obviously we will be discussing this issue later, so I'm sure this point will be raised at that time. So thank you very much for your submission. We now have Carolyn Scadden, who wishes to make a 5-minute submission on the half-cost path policy.
Good morning. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak this morning. To give some context, I've lived on our path for about 14 years. When I bought the property, I had no knowledge it was on a half-cost path. And probably would not have bought the property had I known. Everyone on our path first became aware when we received a council letter about 3 years ago saying it was at high risk and the estimate to fix it was just under $250,000. None of the families on our path have thousands of dollars to spare for this. I'm sure we are not alone. Our house was built in 1924, before the half-cost policy existed. I listened to the officer's proposal a couple of weeks ago and wondered, why did the council ask for feedback if they were going to ignore it? Who is on a panel survey? There was no explanation. Was this survey done because the council didn't like the feedback they received? If you combine the public and panel survey results together, support for option 1 for no change in the policy totals 57%. Support for option 5, which is the council taking full responsibility, totals at 61%. And the favoured by council option, number 4, is supported with residents taking full responsibility, only has 30% when these survey results are combined. I can understand a panel survey may balance a residents' view, but officers have completely disregarded residents' feedback. Another thought, as both are not throughways, what is the difference between a cul-de-sac and a half-cost path? Is a cul-de-sac inequitable too? I find the council's approach to paths that are a health and safety risk quite callous. They will not fix them, but rather close the path so families cannot live in their homes. The original proposal suggested bringing all paths up to a standard before passing responsibility over, but I see this as being excluded from the current suggestion. I've spoken to many affected residents and most of the problem is about cost. And if the policy does not currently work where residents are liable for 50%, how do the council think things will be improved if the residents are liable for 100%? The majority of people living in Wellington are struggling with a cost of living crisis. Some of the people living on these paths are retired on fixed incomes or WINs. We simply cannot afford these huge sums. We cannot take out insurance because this is council land. I'm fortunate to have great relationships with my neighbours and we all agree we cannot afford these unforeseen costs. This could cause a lot of tension on other paths, especially when many families are involved, making it almost impossible to coordinate repairs. What if only one household can contribute and it stops vital repairs? It could create conflict and become a huge problem. I understand that the retaining walls and banks have been excluded from the policy, perhaps to ease the policy through, but the fact that these will be looked at on a case-by-case basis is the scariest part. It sounds like each one will be pushed back onto residents despite the council, it being council land, and I believe legally the council's responsibility. Wadestown is notorious for slips, and this is a serious concern for people living on these paths. So serious that one resident recently decided that they could no longer live with the pressure of these potential costs on top of a huge rates increase and decided to take their life. Fortunately, they were found in time. But changes like this are pushing people to the limit, and I beg you to reconsider. There must be a better way to manage this.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about the lady you said. And my question to you is, how many people live, example, in the footpaths that you live in?
On ours, 3 houses.
So 3 houses, it costs about $250,000. That means 125. In the next 5 years, according to this recommendation, you need to come up with about $40,000 each.
Yeah. A lot of money.
Councillor Chung, you get the last question.
Thanks very much. Thanks for coming in, Carolyn. What would your preference be for the council to actually do now, to leave things as they are, or do you have another suggestion?
I voted for option 5. If this weren't possible, then maybe some other solution could be adopted, you know, whether it's a slight increase in rates or something. But I just think what is being proposed is just not sustainable.
Thank you. Our next submitter is Alex Castles. Alex, you have 5 minutes.
Hello. I had quite a nice day yesterday, 2 days ago. It was a sunny day, and I wandered down to, I work and live in the city. I wandered down to Customs and had a coffee, and in between doing some actual work and lunchtime, lunchtime arrived, I took my dogs up to War Memorial Park. That was really nice. And then after work, I went for a swim down at in the harbour and went into Freiburg. All nearly free, which was quite amazing. And that day, I really appreciated it. I often do it. And I think it shows what a good life is available in the city. And it will come as no surprise to a lot of you. Why were you bending down so far, Paul? You're not taller than me. Sorry, it'll come as no surprise to you that, sorry, I could solve the problem myself the whole time. Yeah. It'll come as no surprise to you that I believe that probably the way to counter what have become quite pernicious effects of work from home to Wellington, and just obviously the new government and the slightly different ideology that is unfolding, is to residentialise the city as much as we can and create a platform for more people to have opportunities in days like I had yesterday. And how do we make that work, and how do you support that concept? I think I'm actually coming to talk about the parklets. I've got a hotel called the Intrepid Hotel on Gusney Street, and there's a bar in there called the Puffin Wine Bar. We're doing a little shop out the front now and offering sort of some food and beverages. It's kind of like a San Francisco style wine bar and food offering. And we actually are putting a parklet out the front. So I've got someone called Vida to thank for sorting that out, because the program was paused and we had a license or an agreement, and then we didn't, and now we probably do. But it would be hypocritical of me to not say that I think that it's a good idea, creating activations and vitality in the city for people to enjoy, and to make the city a compelling offering for people to live, work and play in is something that I think we have to do. I sympathise with Paul. It's quite complicated to get the combination right. There's definitely parts of the city that rely a lot more on parking than others. I think around the Te Aro area, there's pockets and areas that really lend themselves to activations such as parklets. I think that the hospitality industry has clearly gone through a hell of a difficult time, but any kind of rays of light and hope would be very much appreciated by people in that industry at this time. I saw a positive article in the paper today, which I was delighted to see, and in fact it was heartwarming, and just that's actually what inspired me to talk quickly about the nice day that I had the other day. There's plenty of things that we still have going for us here in Wellington, but I think it's the actual activations and it's the actual tangible. I was talking to Prague, who does some work with you guys, about how the district plan has changed and trying to get traction from, I guess, policy is one thing, but seeing physical manifestations and changes and activations is so important at a time like this where we kind of need to build morale again. And I think if you look at Dixon Street, I know it's not going to be everyone's favourite thing, but I think how that area is in the early stages of a rejuvenation. I'm very keen to continue to work with the council. I'm part of or involved in another program which involves converting residential or commercial buildings to residential that you'll probably know about. I'm very keen to see that spread as far as we can, and you guys find as many other partners for that as you can, because a really vibrant and strong inner city residential population is, I think, the best path for us with the current circumstances we're beset by. And I think, as I say, activations like parklets, where they don't impinge negatively on other aspects of the city, I think are things that we have to keep in that mix, because a good, fun-filled life is what inner city residents want, and it's something that we have the capacity to provide. 15 seconds left.
Sorry.
Thank you for that. Are you happy with the current restrictions on noise, and would you be concerned if those were relaxed, so you'd have to do more soundproofing for residents?
Oh, that's a pretty good question. I've been associated with quite a few ground floor hospitality activations around the Hannah's Laneway, and I kind of think over time, with the right communication and the right kind of neighbourhood, the right kind of community, you tend to be able to sort those issues out. I mean, in my case, the parklet will be in front of the hotel, which I own upstairs, so I'll have to self-regulate there. But I think finishing at around 10 o'clock would be the right idea, or not going too far past there. If you're out on the street, I think that's probably fair enough.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Now we move on to general business, and we have the topic being the petition to halt Thornton Quay roadworks and the response of management. Is that right? And we have Siobhan Proctor to introduce the report. And Brad Singh also.
Morena, councillors. So the paper that's in front of you presents our response to a petition to halt the Thornton Quay project, which was presented to council on the 1st of August by Mr Paul Robinson. Over the last 4 years, there have been numerous engagements between the Let's Get Wellington Moving project team, council officers and the Thornton Quay collective of businesses, which is headed by Mr Robinson. There have also been occasions when Mr Robinson and those associated with the Thornton Quay collective have presented to council against the project. These engagements have led to allegations that council officers have presented false analysis, withheld information from councillors, and when asking them to make decisions about the project, and the officers have said and done things that have later been proven to be incorrect. This petition makes similar claims. Specifically, the officers didn't tell councillors that some of the water pipes must or should be replaced as part of the roading project when asking you to approve the project. That officers grossly underestimated the economic impact of the changes on local businesses, and that safety data relied on by councillors was based on advice from a company called Via Strada, and that this advice was not free from bias. The paper addresses each of these allegations and confirms that officers have not misled councillors with respect to this project. Importantly, the paper and its recommendations should be viewed in the wider context of the fact that WCC took this project in-house from Let's Get Wellington Moving when it was in construction. A golden rule when delivering any construction project is that once you get to construction, you go as hard and as fast as you can to ensure it can be delivered within time and budget. Once a contract for construction is signed, any delay will be subject to contractor claims for compensation. It is ratepayers who will ultimately pay for the delays in construction, whether it be for an independent review or further investigation of the condition of the water pipes. The cost will be significant and the benefit, in our view, low. Our analysis shows that pausing the project now for an independent review would cost at best around $435,000. Pausing to evaluate the potential water renewals and then proceeding with this alongside the rest of the project will delay the project by at least 12 months and cost an additional $10 million. Both sums are unbudgeted, and the latter will require reprioritisation of other asset renewals, which Wellington Water has advised are more critical at this point in time. Officer's recommendation is that we complete the project as soon as possible so the city can realise the benefits which will accrue to the 11,000 people who use this corridor every day. And I have Brad Singh, who is the Transport Manager, who is responsible now for delivery of this project, and we can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Do we have, we've got quite a list here actually. I better actually see who's first. Who's first? Councillor Wadera.
Kia ora team. So just on this memo situation, so I understand that it was produced after the project was approved, is that correct?
Correct.
So how did people only think to take a look at the state of the pipes 7 months after approving the project?
So it's treated like any other utility. It's just in this case, the utility is also owned by council. So the Let's Get Wellington Moving project was presented to council as what it will cost to do that project and what it will take to do that project. Now, once you do that, you go into detailed design. So that's just based on a concept design. So you have all the pricing done on concept design, then you move into a detailed design phase, which was probably in Thorn and Key's case about 12 to 18 months. And it's during that design phase that you start looking at what are the underground utilities, what are the likely clashes. There would also be communication with the likes of Wellington Electricity, any telcos, to see if they actually wanted to replace any assets as well.
And so if anything was found at that stage, then that would be, and nothing was, presumably? Or?
So we're not disputing the memo was produced. And it is what it is. It stated that. The Let's Get Wellington Moving team with Wellington Water advised us that there were no critical assets that required replacement. So we did ask the question. We asked the question before it came into council for construction, when it came into council, and that was the advice we received.
Okay, sweet. Last point, sorry. Just on the authorship claim, that I understand the person's company wasn't involved, but is that person listed as an author? Is that true? Or?
Is that with the conflict of interest query? So Via Strada and the authorship, the individual in question was never involved in this project at all.
So he wasn't, in fact, listed as an author?
No, not on this project.
Okay.
Councillor Calvert.
Can you just confirm because I think there's been some changes, the current total cost for the Thorndon Quay project?
Off the top of my head, I think.
I'm not sure if it's 45 million or 55. I'm just trying to.
I think it's around 43 million.
43.
Yeah.
Now that's 50% funded from NZTA.
Correct. As we stand now, that's 50% funded.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. Thank you. So what I know you said the memo was produced after approval, but was that not approval of the business case, but before the actual approval to go ahead with the project, which was for this council, was in June 2023?
No, the approval that was provided by council is based on the single stage business case. The June 2023 decision was around increasing the funding for that project.
I thought it was actually the funding for it to go ahead. So you're just saying it was funding because then we subsequently in August, we had a decision, August 2023, to proceed with the design.
It's with the traffic resolution. So the standard process is the business case is the go ahead for officers to proceed with the project. We'd completed that detailed design. We found that we needed to increase the budget. The June 2023 decision was around increasing the budget, and then the traffic resolution, which gives effect to those decisions, was
August.
August. Yeah.
Okay. And just one other question. In terms of Let's Get Wellington Moving, it's not actually, wasn't actually a formal body. It was part of a partnership made up of Greater Wellington, Wellington City Council, and NZTA, with staff from all those organisations on various, on the governance board and in the operations. So how can we as a council say we didn't, it was down to Let's Get Wellington Moving? Because surely we as a council were part of Let's Get Wellington Moving?
Yes, we were, but it was a program that was set up independent of Wellington City Council, Greater Wellington and NZTA. So it wasn't operated out of any of our organisations. We entrusted that organisation, that program, to plan, design and deliver these projects on our behalf, and it was on behalf of all three partners.
Thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. So just for absolute clarity, paragraph 61, it seems to me that you're saying that you can still go in and do water renewal work and not disrupt all the work that's been done. Is that right?
Not necessarily not disrupt all the work that's being done.
Destroy it maybe.
Yes. So if you think about the way the water infrastructure is along Thorn and Quay, 90%, 80 to 90% of the water infrastructure runs down the centre of the carriageway. And so you are able to get into the water infrastructure to be able to do renewals in the future. We're not putting big lumps of concrete over the top of the water infrastructure that prevents you being able to access it later.
Okay, I think that's the important thing, because people are worried we're going to dig it up again completely and destroy that. And so just for absolute clarity too, the pipes are a bit like our earthquake-prone buildings. We're not going to shut down the city because we can't renew and strengthen and make them better immediately. They just have to go on a long list.
Correct. They're on a list of renewals that need to be done at some point.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much. Siobhan, you mentioned these figures of if we have an independent, if we stop the project and have an independent reviews, it will add $450,000 to the project. If we delay it 12 months because of this review, it adds 1.5 million. Was that correct?
If we delay it for 12 months and do the water renewals at the same time, that's an additional 10 million.
10 million, yep, okay. What if they found if there was a review done and they found that there was work to be done, instead of looking at the delay costs, could we actually get that work done, get the renewals done, and then put a hold on the Thorn and Quay project until we actually reevaluate it again later on? So then would those costs be incurred? Can we actually get out of that contract?
So you would still be paying a significant amount of costs, of compensation costs. So we entered into a contract in good faith, and for us to be able to get out of a contract in order to make the project null and void and not continue any work would still come with compensation costs. The $10 million is associated with the water renewals work that is currently unfunded in the LTP, as well as compensation costs and make safe activities. So in order to be able to walk away from the project, you do need to close the holes that are there, you do need to make things safe again, and you need to be able to remove all the traffic management. So there still would be a lot of costs that you would need to incur apart from the compensation cost to try and get yourself out of the contract.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. With respect to the claim about the conflict of interest of Via Strada, has Via Strada worked on any other projects of the city that have involved cycleways?
Yes. Yes, so we engage Via Strada predominantly to do safety audits. So they're not involved in any of the work that feeds into the decision making.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure how to ask this, I guess. In terms of that, was there any conflict of interest declared by Via Strada in terms of...
Officers didn't consider there was a conflict of interest.
Yeah, but did Via Strada declare any conflict of interest?
Well, yeah, it's out of scope for Thorn and Quay. They were engaged to do safety, as I understand it, they were engaged to do safety audits on the cycleways once they were implemented.
Okay, thank you.
It's my turn to ask you a question. I mean, it's kind of an unusual situation because obviously the petition is really saying that the petitioners don't really trust management to have done certain work on this project, and therefore whereas a governance responsibility is to interrogate the analysis that you've done to make sure that in fact those claims are unfounded. I have a couple of questions in that sort of context. And obviously I've said a lot of the detail around, especially around the pipes, and I am actually very confident that the analysis has been done around the pipes, but I've got a sort of a macro question on this one, which is there any particular reason why you would delay doing work on pipes if it was found to be necessary? I don't understand a macro point. I mean, what possible incentive would there be for management to delay doing work on pipes if it was a necessary piece of work?
Yeah, if it was absolutely necessary, you wouldn't.
Yeah, so there's no there's nothing. I mean, deferred maintenance doesn't strike me as part of what you would want to see happen, and I'm just trying to work out if I've misunderstood.
And I think that's the point that's made in the paper is we've done exactly that for Thorndon Quay for Aotea Quay roundabout, where that water main did need immediate renewal. We're working through that for Golden Mile to ascertain what the actual condition of those assets are, and we suspect that we will have to replace some of those as well. And the reason for that with Golden Mile is because a lot of those assets are actually in the footpaths too. So it's, again, a slightly different project, but we have gone through that process.
My second question is about the post-project review, which is kind of incidental really to the inquiry, to the petition really. But what actually will the post-project review cover? Will it just cover the processes that have been followed, or will it actually look at the economic impact on the businesses and whether we can do anything to actually solve any of the problems, which seem to relate very heavily to access, slash parking?
Yep. So the post-implementation review will mostly be process-based, but there will also be a benefits realisation process that's ongoing because obviously these assets have got long lives. So actually looking at what the benefits of them are over time, including efficiency and reliability of the PT network, the number of cyclists on the cycleway, the economic impact, all of that will be part of that benefits realisation work.
So, but if we actually found that the efficiency in terms of car parking or the businesses were being adversely affected on an ongoing basis, that would be part of the study?
It'll be part of the benefits realisation.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Next question is Councillor McNulty.
Just a quick one. I mean, I don't think there's really, on the surface, the idea if you have 110-year-old pipes, you probably need to get them out the ground at a relatively as soon as possible angle. But I guess I want to get an understanding of your view on age of pipes and how it correlates to quality, because I know, for instance, in Johnsonville, we've got the asbestos concrete pipes that were only in the 1970s, and they're awful. So just to get an idea of, and I think in Kent Terrace there might still be 150-year-old pipes, so I guess I'm just contextually trying to understand your view on age versus correlation, especially to this corridor.
So there's actually not a great correlation between the condition of a water pipe asset and its age. There's a number of factors. Materials is one of them. Where it's located is another one. How they're operated. So especially with pressurised water pipes, that's why they burst, is when the pressure gets too high. Under pressure also causes issues with collapse and so forth. So there's a number of factors, and I think we've sort of said this quite a few times. Using age as a proxy for condition is not the best way to approach asset management, essentially, and having your underlying data of your assets. You're better off knowing what the condition is.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Just on, given we've taken over this project from Let's Get Wellington Moving, has there been any review of the business benefits expected, and are we monitoring or tracking they're on track? And I appreciate the project's still underway, but given there's a lot of change in factors now in the last couple of years, I'm really interested to understand what officers are monitoring at the moment.
Just a point of clarification, Councillor, the business benefits that you're asking about, are those for businesses along Thorndon Quay specifically?
No, I'm talking about from the business case.
From the actual business case,
yeah.
So they'll start being measured once it's been constructed.
Yeah, so the project has a monitoring and evaluation component that starts off once construction is complete, and that's when we'll start evaluating the benefits associated with the project and whether we're able to achieve them.
So in the takeover back from Let's Get Wellington Moving, we didn't reassess those or check whether they were still going to be current
No, we took it over with an approved business case, and it was in the middle of construction. So our task was to complete the construction and then evaluate the benefits post-construction.
Okay, thank you. Now, one of the comments has been made that Thorndon Quay pipes went on the 10-year plan, but my understanding is the 10-year plan for water infrastructure renewals for the city was constrained by the amount of money that Wellington City was willing to put into that plan. And really it was just the top priority ones that were in there. Is that correct?
There would have been a cap in terms of what the city's affordability was in terms of investing into water pipes. I will also indicate that council officers have also done an evaluation, our own independent evaluation of the data held by Wellington Water, and have come to the same conclusion as Wellington Water around the state of the assets on Thorndon Quay as well.
Well, that some need replacing. I mean, just what
No, that they're not worth investing in the first 10 years of the LTP. There's other more highly critical pipes.
Okay, but that's based on the budget that we've allowed.
We haven't been able to evaluate the entire state of the water network. That is what Wellington Water has done. And Wellington Water have advised us that out of all the pipes that are across the city, that these pipes don't feature in the first 10 years. We don't know where they would feature, and we don't know how much money would need to be allocated in the first 10 years for these pipes to pop up into the first 10 years of the LTP.
Okay. Thank you. Now, just you did mention Golden Mile. I understood initially last year the Let's Get Wellington Moving said there was about $23 million worth of water pipes. Are you suggesting that that could be more? Is there more investigation required?
No. One of the differences, one of the key differences between Thorndon Quay and Golden Mile is Golden Mile has a lot of what we call hard surface clashes. That means we're going to be putting big lumps of concrete over the top of water assets and underground infrastructure. So the ability to be able to get in and renew that infrastructure at a later stage is less than what we're doing at Thorndon Quay. And so it also has a greater need for us to do the renewals now before we put that concrete over and above the underground infrastructure. Thorndon Quay is different because we're not putting big lumps of concrete on top of the infrastructure. At any point you can dig it up and you can renew it. But Golden Mile is still $23 million. There's no additional funding that's been identified for Golden Mile.
And that's on top of the $140 million that's been allocated to that's a separate
Correct.
budget, isn't
Correct.
it? Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Abdul Rahman.
I got three questions. The first one is related to the petition and how it's gathered about 2,000 people signed it. So do you think the council to some extent is losing the social license while trying to do the project that benefits socially, culturally, economically for the community? And if you don't, do you think it has to be the responsibility of the governance, not the bureaucracy?
In my experience, any projects that cause disruption of this ilk will have strong levels of opposition. If we think back to the Cobham Drive crossing, which had over, I think, almost 4,000 submitters against it at the time, it was hugely controversial. Once it's in, there's no noise. So again, what I suspect with this is once we're complete, and that's why I would urge councillors to drive as quickly as possible to completion in July next year. Once it's complete, I think people will appreciate the improved speed at which buses can move into the city. I think cyclists will appreciate the improved safety of having a separated cycle path. And I think the people enjoying Thorndon Quay will enjoy the street amenity and the improvements there.
Cool. You don't mean it, but we're politicians, so it's not a noise, it's a good concern from the community, and it will go on. And my question regards to the conflict of interest is there in any of the project, any individuals involved with the organization declare conflict of interest and involved in authorizing any of the papers?
For Thorndon Quay, none of our consultants or contractors are involved in decision-making. Decision-making has either been done by Let's Get Wellington Moving, council councillors or Wellington City Council officers. So decision making hasn't been done by any of our consultants or contractors. All our consultants and contractors that are employed do go through conflict of interest declarations, and it's all been managed through council's existing conflict of interest forms and processes.
No, my question was, the person and organization mentioned in this, are they involved in any other projects?
Yes, they are involved in other projects, but their involvement is as safety auditors post-construction.
Okay. My last question is, you say $10 million delay for 12 months delay. What that looks like if you find out after you finish the project, the pipe burst, and to fix the whole thing, how much that will cost?
That's a good question. So what we'd be looking at is we'd be looking at an individual pipe failure. An individual pipe failure, depending on the pipe that fails and depending on the nature of the failure, could cost anywhere between $30,000 up to a really significant one, maybe about $200,000 for a really significant one. If you look at the investment from a reactive perspective that Wellington Water has put into this corridor, so that means pipes that have burst that they've fixed, on average they're spending about $30,000 a year fixing pipes on Thorn and Key. In order for this to make financial sense for us to renew all the pipes on Thorn and Key, that cost would have to be closer to about $500,000 a year in order for us, from a present value perspective, to be able to justify throwing that amount of investment into Thorn and Key at this stage.
Councillor Chung, I think it's your turn.
Thanks very much. I have two questions. First of all, regarding that example you gave regarding Cobham Drive and how you can do a project and then once the project is actually done, there's very little objection or noise about it. Do you think part of the reason for that would be that because that work is done, it's going to cost extra money to come and take these or to rectify it again? Would that be a consideration?
Can you just ask the question again?
Oh, sorry, you mentioned that with projects, once the project has been done, there's very little objection or very little noise or complaints about it. Now, would you think that part of that reason is because it's going to cost additional money to actually rectify it?
No.
Okay, so on going back to contracts, now this contract was signed in September 23. Now I seem to recall that that was 1 month before the election. I seem to recall prospective ministers or prospective politicians were saying that if a contract is actually signed before the election, then that would be rescinded afterwards. Do you remember that discussion happening?
I think what?
No, I don't remember it being rescinded.
Okay, so that's your questions,
okay,
Ray. You can go back on the list if you need to. Councillor Young.
I think I should be taller so you can see when I'm asking for a question, just
Sorry.
saying. Yeah.
My helper didn't help.
Patience of a saint.
Saint Des.
So just want to go back to this question of coming back to do the pipes later on when Councillor Pannett asked about whether the road would have to be dug up, and I think it was probably an informal answer when you said no, but obviously it has to be dug up. It's just that when you don't have what you call hard surface clashes, it's an easier process than digging up through concrete. But if it's in the middle of the road, that's still going to cause disruption.
Correct, it will cause disruption. I think the difference between doing an individual pipe renewal versus renewing all the pipes along Thorn and Key right now is the significance of disruption. So doing a reactive repair or an individual pipe renewal is a lot less disruptive than doing en masse renewals along the entire corridor right now.
So the recent pipe failures in Kent and Cambridge Terrace, were they which have caused, one where we had a lagoon, and the other one at the bottom of Elizabeth Street where it was going on for months. Was that a single pipe failure?
Correct, those were single pipe failures.
So they can be quite significant.
They can be quite significant if it's a significant mains failure, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so the other one is, can you confirm whether there was any of this hard surface if there are hard surface clashes, or in layman's terms, concrete, over the pipes in areas of the new bus stops and footpaths?
No, not in areas of new bus stops and footpaths. So the predominant area in which the pipes run is down the center of the actual road. So the actual carriageway is where the bulk of the infrastructure is currently sitting. There's very little infrastructure that's sitting in footpaths or under bus stops.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rogers. We'll just have a couple more questions, by the way, because I think we are going to have a debate after this, and I feel like some of the questions are becoming quite repetitive. But Councillor Rogers. Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could dedicate a little bit more time to explaining your net present value analysis, because I've heard a couple of questions about, we could just replace the pipes and it would be way better, but my understanding is that actually there would be an 8% increase in the cost of the renewals if we were doing them now.
Correct. So kind of your rule of thumb is if you're going in to do work, if you have to have, water, for instance, water renewals or electricity renewals or anything, if they need to be done within a period of 5, in this case 10 years, then it's maybe better to just bring that investment forward. The net present value shows that actually you're better off to incur fairly significant maintenance costs year on year, up to $500,000 a year, and you'd be better off from an economic perspective to defer that investment for 10 years. Which is as planned and as in Wellington Water's planned as well. And as Brad said, the average cost of maintenance at the moment on that piece of road is around $30,000 a year.
And I guess, would you consider that it's important to continue using analysis like this rather than kind of reactively just replacing pipes if we wanted to deliver efficiency through the maintenance of our network?
Absolutely.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. My question's been asked and answered.
Thank you. Councillor Chaga is now the last person on the...
Last question, thank you. Brad, you mentioned a few times about the main pipes coming down Thorna Quay being under the carriageway and not where the work has been done. Are you aware that the sewage pipe is actually under the new concrete?
Like I've said, the bulk of the infrastructure is going down the center of the carriageway. There are bits of infrastructure that go under the footpath and under concrete. What I've been indicating is that the bulk of it is in the center of the carriageway.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you very much, everyone. That is the end of the questions. Now, so hold on. So we finished the debate. So now, so I've just got to work out what I do next, right? So we got. That,
Morning tea.
Okay, so now I'm moving the paper. No, I don't want to move. I don't want to break for morning tea. I'd like us to finish this. No, I'm not going to take a break. No, look, I'm sorry. We're going to finish this now because we've got people here, and I feel we owe it to them to actually continue to the conclusion of this very important issue. So let's do it and do it as quickly as possible and show some respect for the people in the gallery. So I've moved the motion. Councillor Matthews. I'd like, and as the mover, I would like to take my opportunity to speak on the motion. I feel this was a very important issue. I think it's when almost 2,000 people express concerns about the probity and the behaviour of council officers. This is in the nature of an inquiry in many ways into their behaviour, and effectively what we were being asked for was an independent review of the decisions and some of the other aspects of this process to date. And so as a preliminary step, we asked management to effectively report on their own processes and decisions, and we then have to judge whether in fact we feel that the processes that have been followed and whether the conflicts of interest have been dealt with correctly, et cetera, et cetera. My personal observation from reading the report that we've received and from quite a lot of Q&A with the petitioners is that in fact management did follow due process and did look after the interests of people in an appropriate way. There were some difficulties with this particular program because of the involvement of Let's Get Wellington Moving and their lack of engagement with the public in a way that we would regard as best practice by our standards. But the reason I'm happy to move the paper and the recommendation is that I feel that management have comprehensively and thoroughly addressed the issues, in particular around the water issue, which I feel has been very thoroughly analysed. Conflict of interest issue, also there is no conflict of interest in respect of this particular piece of infrastructure. The parking analysis, I'm also persuaded that that analysis is done appropriately, and of course the aftermatch review that is yet to happen, I think will actually flesh out whatever loose ends are still there. So I'm comfortable accepting management's recommendation because I feel it's been dealt with very thoroughly. I'm sure that the Thorn and Key people aren't going to be exactly ecstatic about that, but I would hope that they would also see that we've listened very carefully to their concerns and have engaged with their concerns and given them plenty of opportunity to raise issues as we've gone along. So that is my 5 cents worth, and now it's...
I don't need to speak, I'll reserve my right.
So now the question is there any debate? Oh, sorry, Diane. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Tori?
Thank you. I support the comments that the mover of the paper has just made. I would also like to put up just a pretty non-controversial amendment. And I know the petitioners, as the mover has said, won't be enthused about all this, and I acknowledge the tough times that they're going through. So I would like officers to just do some investigation on some micro grants. This transport project, as well as the Golden Mile, are going to be our 2 massive projects, and something that's come up in the Merrill Business Group is looking for ways we can provide relief for the businesses impacted by construction. We will be doing that for the Golden Mile. Let's test it for Thornton Key as well. Again, of course it won't be enough for many, but we can at least look at small ways to help.
Is there a seconder for that amendment?
Yes. Oh.
Councillor Wadera. You are more than welcome to answer the question. Councillor Pettit.
Sorry, or maybe the mover can answer it too. Look, I'm sympathetic. I'm just wondering what $1,500 would cover. Are you able just to, the officers and the mover able to elaborate?
I can answer that, Councillor. We've looked at this modelling as part of our overall business support package, looking at what has been offered up in Auckland, and our colleagues in Auckland have said businesses have found this incredibly useful. What the businesses can use this for is things like digital marketing. Sometimes they use it for things like how to manage the stress of the projects. So there would be a range of things that sometimes they look at improving signage outside their businesses. So there is a range of things that this could be used for.
Could I just ask a supplementary? Is it possible to even put a bit more money in to do some wider marketing for the area?
There is already currently marketing being done in the area as part. So I think we've already done one. We've done some marketing already, and there are some more as planned.
How much is the budget for that?
I don't have that on me, but I can follow that up.
Thank you.
Councillor Young.
So it's really exciting that we found a money tree, but could you just tell me where this tree is? Because a lot of people have got rates increases of over 22%, including Councillor Young. And I'd just like to know where this money is going to come from, because I thought the council had no money.
The council approves some budget for the development response plan and the business support that is part of that plan, so that would come out of the existing allocation.
Just tell me, what is the allocation?
There is about 300,000 out of the City Growth Fund. There is some funding from Greater Wellington Regional Council. I think Mel's here, but all up, Mel, it's about 700.
Another question is why limited to Thornton Quay? I mean, I went to the Tinakori food market yesterday. His turnover has gone down by 50%. I mean, this is a problem right across the city where these projects are. And I just think that the council will be opening what's literally called a can of worms.
Councillor Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you. My question is relating to the marketing that you're talking about. Are we talking about something similar to what the business people proposed yesterday when they were asking for our help on what we could do for the Courtney Place revitalisation and when we were going to have the hui? Is that what we're talking about?
So part of that development response plan that we have as a council has a range of ways that we support businesses, and marketing's part of that. The Courtney Place business precincts that talked to us yesterday, that there will be support around Golden Mile, but they were in particular talking about the activation activity, which is a separate bit of support that we provide those businesses.
Yeah, I was talking about the actual marketing that we're suggesting, how we can further help with.
Right.
This.
You mean on our channels?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, kapai. Thank you.
Councillor Adhiraman.
Kia ora, Anna. And my question is that similar funding available for small businesses currently struggling in Island Bay and Berhampur because of the good projects we're doing?
No, it's not.
So what is this decision based on when we can just give it to the Thornton Quay, which I appreciate and support? I want businesses to be supported, but we don't do for the rest.
A question for councillors to decide, but basically the funding in terms of how we consider it as part of the development response plan, just so I'm aware, is about the sustained and prolonged disruption, like significant disruption in a particular area.
Yes, it's for councillors to decide whether to go ahead with this or not, but my question is why similar proposal not coming for us to do for Berhampur and Island Bay?
Yeah, let's sort of like a bit of out of scope.
Chair, can you just please chair? The rest of you, you're not chairing the
let's
meeting.
just talk. Let's just stick to Thornton today. Councillor Calvert.
So my understanding, this amendment is not directing officers to enable it, but to investigate. So how long will the investigation take?
2 weeks.
Thank you. And how will that come? How do officers intend to bring that back to this council or committee? Because presumably you'll do the investigation and then you'll report back to this. So you'll report back to this committee. Is that the intention?
I can confirm that.
Thank you.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, I guess some of what the concerns I have been asked already, but is there an overall sort of funding cap for something like this? Would that be part of the investigation, as the quantum that we might be exposing ourselves to?
Correct.
I've no idea how many businesses there are that might apply.
Yeah, that's part of the investigation that we need to come back with what that quantum is, what that cap is.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chung.
I've been engaging with the business in Thornton Quay for quite some 4 or 5 months now, and I've always asked them when I go down and talk to them about what would they like us to do. So when we're looking at, they've mentioned to me about some sort of rebate, perhaps a rates rebate or something, and so they've asked for money. But I actually wonder whether this is the amount of money, and I'm loath to spending money, but this amount of money would actually make much difference to the loss of business that they've been achieving.
Anna, do you want to answer that question? Make a difference.
Would it make a difference?
Yes.
Well, we've looked at, yes, what we've been told by Auckland City Council and the businesses that it supported, yes, it is received very well by those businesses.
Great, thank you.
Okay, that's all the questions on that. So what do we do now? We debate the amendment. Does anybody wish to debate it, or have we already given it a good thrashing?
Well canvassed, yeah.
And do we have Councillor Calvert's amendment?
Well,
okay, so
we deal with this first.
Okay. Does anybody wish to speak on this one?
Yeah.
Okay, well, go on, Councillor Calvert.
Look, I commend the opportunity to investigate. But look, this project, as we've heard, is a business case established in 2022. This council approved the traffic resolution, or basically the go-ahead, last August. And yet we are only now looking at a $1,500 tokenism, really, for these businesses after they've been disrupted so much since December this year. So, look, I'm reluctant to vote against anything that might help the businesses, but I do see this as just tokenism, and it's not really getting to the heart of the issue. And also, we've got a fairness thing across the whole city, which does open, I think, as one of my colleagues said, a can of worms. So, yeah. But I just think it's a smack in the face for a lot of those businesses undergoing a lot of issues.
Councillor Wedera.
As a proud beneficiary of tokenism, I think. Look, I appreciate that it is extremely tough times for businesses out there at the minute, but I think actually Councillor Young raises a very good point, namely that we ought to be cautious in handing out money willy-nilly without a targeted and sort of logical basis on which to do so. And I think the disruption caused by ultimately very good and useful improvements to Thornton Quay is a good opportunity to test this and see if we can actually move the dial in terms of uptake of business for some of these locations across the Golden Mile. And if it works, then we will know it is a tool in our toolbox, amongst others, which we can use to uplift businesses and support them as we continue with construction of the Golden Mile. So it is a he iti, he poiname. It's small, but it's significant.
Councillor Abdul Rahman.
Kia ora whanau. I have been advocating for businesses to get a support if we can in any ways, and I absolutely support this one, even though I have a problem how that money get spent. And if businesses are supporting the way we're spending, let it be. But if they come up with a better way of spending that money, let them decide. I think that is a better way. And similarly, I would love to see same things happening for businesses who are really struggling, to mention specifically in Island Bay and Berhampur. Currently, I'm receiving a lot of emails from Island Bay businesses.
Yeah, I think can we stick it to the point?
Yeah, related to the businesses, so business supporters, and Island Bay businesses are also businesses. They need to be supported.
No, Councillor Abdurrahman, can we just stick to talking about Thorndon and a specific thing rather than a generalised
Mr. Chair, I think what we need to look at holistically what I'm trying to address.
I kind of get it, but we've only got so many hours in the day, and if you want to talk about, life, the universe and everything.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I think those businesses need to be supported similarly, and I think the same thing should happen in all areas.
I agree.
Thank you.
Pawiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank Mayor Whānau for bringing this amendment. I think that it seems to be, though, that we can't win either way. We seem to get criticism. I heard a little bit of Nick Mills yesterday before I turned it off, really hoo-ha what he was saying, where we were getting criticised, or the Mayor was getting criticised and the Council was getting criticised because we were proposing to do this. If we did nothing, then we're criticised for doing nothing. I think that if we can find this pūtea out of the grants and the development fund that you're talking about, I am sure that the businesses would be grateful for the support. And it was refreshing yesterday to hear that business precedent, what are they called, yesterday that came for Courtney Place, to hear all the businesses come to council with their ideas of how we can help them. I thought that was really refreshing, and I think that a way moving forward is that's what we can do, is work with the businesses, have a partnership with the businesses to try and do what we can to bring to bring a more vibrancy back into the city. And I think one of the big things that was outlined yesterday and that we hear, but the media doesn't seem to pick up on this one, is that while the development that we're doing, the roadworks and the infrastructure work that we're doing in our city is, and I'm not saying it isn't, is impacting on the businesses. One of the other major factors is the economic conditions that we are living in right now, as well as the loss of foot traffic that we have in our city. So it's not just one thing that is causing a downturn in businesses. And I just want to give a shout out to our business people to hang in there. Business is tough. I'm a businesswoman. Being in business is tough, but it's worth it. And I think that if council can do whatever they can to help them and recognise that, you know, we have a part to play. So thank you, Mayor Whānau, for bringing this, and I'm going to support it wholeheartedly. We can't do this for every business, and I think that needs to be a clear signal. We've just had all these rate increases, but if we can do this for this part, for this pocket of businesses as well as the Golden Mile, I think that that would be a pretty awesome start. And if Auckland can do it, Pōneke can do it.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, draw attention to the fact that this is utilising funding that already exists for this very purpose. It is not creating a new funding stream, but rather just addressing the fact that there has been significant disruption in Thorndon Quay, and that perhaps the best use of the fund that we do have for supporting businesses is to recognise this significant disruption and redirect it there. I also wanted to just briefly talk about the $1,500 per business, because it really doesn't sound like a lot, but for me, I do not see this as providing compensation. I see it as making sure that when the works are done, everyone who is on that aspect of Thorndon Quay really is able to fully flourish. I mean, the kind of analogy for me is we may not be giving an apple tree, but we're fertilising the saplings they have, so that when the work is done, there's far more fruit to bear. So I'll leave it at
that. Councillor Paddock.
Thank you. So, look, I will support this, but this is a constant request from communities whenever we do infrastructure works, and so it could be anything. It can be water or transport or whatever, earthquake strengthening. So I think we do need some policy guidelines. So thank you for your comments, Councillor, because otherwise we're not going to be consistent, and I think we need to be very consistent. Kia ora.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, thank you. I am happy to support this. I have nervousness about precedent, but I think there is actually a very good case that the disruption here has been more than the average. The other thing was just talking about our regs meeting yesterday, we heard from a lot of businesses in Courtenay Place, and the heartening thing was how close they are working together. So although $1,500 per business might sound like much, from what I know of how businesses work, some of them will get together and amalgamate their, or might do, amalgamate their amounts to a bigger quantum where they could actually do some different things. And I think it's a sign of good faith from us to give them a little bit of a bonus here and let them actually decide how they want to use it.
Thank you, Councillor Free. Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I'm not going to support this motion. I think that when we went to the business in Thorndon with this great plan to improve their environment, they objected, and that was the time when we should have laid out the support that we're going to give them. That's the time when we should have put together the right package that included business support. And now that the construction is underway and that the businesses are obviously hurting, and you know, it seems that this is going on forever, that throwing $1,500 per business at them seems to be more, seems to be less about letting the businesses sleep better and more about us sleeping better to salve our consciences. This is, I remember when my wife, after coming through a difficult birth, was handed a Panadol. So there you go. That should deal with it, and that's what it feels like. I do this reluctantly because I think the business support should have been there right from the very beginning. We should have recognised the impact of these major construction projects where we've got a particular corridor that needs, if we decide to really disrupt them, then the impact on the business has to be part of our package, and we're not doing it. We're really into the suck it up. I also am conscious that there are ratepayers who are struggling to sleep at night, and yet we still throw money at problems. This is the wrong attitude. We've really got to be very conscious about who pays. The businesses came to us earlier in the long-term plan and said, please lower the ratio, lower our burden on rates. And we said, no, we want the money, thanks. And this is the reason we have got funds like $700,000 in the kitty to go and throw at certain things. So just throwing this at this point, I don't think it sounds like part of a proper plan. I think it's really something to say we're doing something, and that's not good enough. So I can't really support this.
I'll just take my opportunity to speak. I agree with you, Councillor Randall. I think your points are very well made. But I will still support it because I think it's still something is better than nothing. But I think your points are extremely well made. Councillor Young.
So one of the issues with Thorndon Quay is actually the businesses are dying. So this Panadol is not much use, in my opinion. Councillor Rogers' analogy of a sapling being watered is, a great analogy. But what he didn't say is that the council's already put weed killer down. So that's the end of that tree. So I think this is a terrifying precedent for the city. Poiwi Kelly mentioned that Auckland is doing it, and if they can afford it, so can we. Of course, they've had just over an 8% rates increase, whereas we've had, well, as I said before, I've got 22.5%. What?
Plus water.
Yeah, no, we're talking about rates. We're just talking about rates. So anyway, I think it's a terrifying precedent, but I take comfort from the fact that investigations are usually just a kind gesture that lead to nothing. They sound good, but nothing will happen. I certainly hope so, because Wellington ratepayers will be outraged. $1,500 is going to do nothing for any business, except make a few councillors feel good.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. Now we have the councillor who's wearing his really flash badge. The sheriff.
Just ridden into town, Councillor Brown. Yeah, I'm surprised. I think I congratulate Councillor Winera for seconding this. I'm not quite sure why he did yet, but I'll find out, because I was actually quite willing to do it myself. I think where we look at it from a perspective is this may be a slight token, but the perspective I get from the business community is that we don't look after them, we don't care about them, we're not business friendly. So I go out there and say, well, we are, because we're trying to change. We're trying to do things in a more constructive way with people. I support this project because I think in the end, once it is completed, people will be happy. And I've seen this with many projects. This may be a token, but this is a token that was asked for by the Merrill Business Group. When they looked at the specific other projects that we're doing, and I'm talking about the Golden Mile, which will start off at Courtney Place, this was one of their ideas. We did not say no. We said, we'll have a look at it and we'll see what we can do. It may be a small amount of money, but at least it sends a signal to the business community that we do actually care what they do. And I think we will learn a lot of things from this project, which I hope we will be able to take further into other projects throughout the city. Thanks.
Thank you, Sheriff. Now we have Councillor McNulty. Thank you.
Yeah, everyone's having a punt today, so why not? I'll try and be brief, though. Look, I mean, one of the interesting things this term is that quite early on, I remember Councillor Brown proposing, we need to look at compensatory measures when we do disruption projects, and sort of myself balking at that and thinking that's KPMG's best day ever. But funnily enough, as you spend time in this role, your perspectives tend to change. And I think with a lot of our transport projects, when we envision them, at least that have been dealt with this triennium, was severely different economic conditions. The reality is we've got 6,000 less public servants. I think last figure I saw was 250 million of wages no longer circulating in the local economy, high interest rates, high insurance premiums, high commercial rates, because our commercial model does rely on recouping the cost of services brought in from residents outside the area. You factor that all together. I did listen to, I've sort of changed my view on providing support with businesses in terms of our disruption projects, but I really guess, we all have our ideal ways of would do that, and my ideal world would look at something a bit more extensive and substantive in this. I don't agree that this is tokenism, because I think tokenism is always done with an element of dismissiveness to the concerns, and I think this genuinely has come from a place of the Mayor trying to do what's within our pretty limited powers of council to do. But yeah, I think it's just too narrow in scope, and in obviously my ideal world, I'd say, can we look at a more substantive way of bringing this through? I listened to Nick Mills yesterday, and I have talked to a few businesses as well post that, and I do unfortunately think that this is one of those things where the $1,500 quantum is just not meaningful. It's going to, for some, it will come across as offensive. That's the reality. So, I'm caught in this place of seeing this as well-intentioned, helpful, so I'll support it, but I really do think we will need to look more extensively about when we envision these projects, what business support looks like beside that, and it does need to be a bit more tied into local economic conditions, because I'm a little bit sceptical that what we're seeing around disruption having no impact on businesses, which is becoming the prevailing narrative, is the case.
Thank you. So can we now vote on this particular amendment? Oh, sorry, a lot of reply, okay.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Look, the reality is this isn't just about the construction, the two major construction projects. We are dealing with thousands of layoffs and working from home. That has had a significant impact in what is driving our current economic condition. This is a token. This is a little bit of help. We're trying to do all we can because the government isn't. So we're trying to step in where we can, pull every lever we can. It shouldn't be that controversial. It's not that deep. It's a small grant, and voting against the small grant for local business is really puzzling to me, and I would go as far as saying it's petty and pathetic. Look, I'd love to give more, but we're not in a position to do so. But I agree with Councillor McNulty's comments. What does it look like moving forward? How can we widen that scope, given the economy is so tough at the moment? So I encourage everyone to support your local businesses and support this amendment. Thank you.
Shall we have a vote now? Thank you. What's happening? And that has passed. Thank you. Now we're back to debate. Or do we have Councillor Calvert's amendment now? We'll just put that up on the screen. No. Hopefully we can just, everyone will be going to the bathroom and we can finish the debate. I can. We've got a quorum. We've got a quorum. So do you want to talk to your amendment, Councillor? Is anybody seconding this? Councillor Young? I don't feel it's. Look, okay. Well, thank you for your opinion, but now we move on to the issue.
Democracy in action.
Do you wish to speak to your amendment?
I do.
Okay, your turn.
Might have to take a little bit of time. So, look.
Put the clock on, please.
There's no limit. Thank you. So, look. We've listened to Mr. Robinson talk about the issues, and I'm known to have been a strong supporter of the Thorndon Quay businesses, along with some of my colleagues. I'm really, really concerned that whatever we're doing, we're not dealing with the core of the issues. We keep taking this piecemeal approach. We are not accepting what is in front of us. Now, I would like officers to come back and explain, because my understanding is that a question was asked that the pipes were not under any hard surfaces such as concrete. My understanding that the pipe going down the middle of the road, which is under tar seal, is a transition main. It is not the sewerage pipes that are running under the concrete. So I think it would be useful to get some clarification from officers on that. But that is in part why I am moving these amendments. I think it's I can't quite understand when Let's Get Wellington Moving existed for 7 years, and basically all it really did was build a crossing and a roundabout. And for some reason, we have taken over what they have done and not questioned what they have done. And we are just blindly carrying on with whatever they designed. And I'd just like to add that people around this table, the officers around this table who talked about Let's Get Wellington Moving, sat on either the governance board of the project or in the operational area of the project. So for us to divorce ourselves, we are Let's Get Wellington Moving. It is not some unknown thing. It is us. And so we've got to accept responsibility for this. We are accountable. Now, as you all know, the Terrace Temple, which is down the road, the 563k bike rack, that took over $300,000 worth of tar seal and curbing to complete. Now, I use that as an example because when this petition first came to us, it was at the same time we were looking at trying to save some costs on removing pedestrian crossings or changing the design. Now, one of those pedestrian crossings, which we removed because we said it wasn't necessary, was up by Gun City. So you think, great. But we also asked to pause the project at that time because we needed to look at things, because, with things being done in an integrated way. Well, since we made that decision a month ago, I tell you what, there are road cones now appeared around Gun City. There's portaloos being established around Gun City. There's trucks being established around Gun City because there's a big piece of work happening. Do you realize that despite us removing the crossing, we're still creating a new curb, new paths, a new bus stop to go next to the crossing, which is not even going to be there? I don't know how much. I've been trying for 3 weeks to find out how much this piece of work is costing. I can't get an accurate figure. But I'll tell you what, it will be a lot more than if we'd actually paused the project a month ago and said, let's look at where we could save some money. And let's look, is this project actually going to deliver what we needed to deliver? We just keep kicking the can down the road. This project, we know, has flaws in a number of ways, whether it's the construction, whether it's design, whether it's the business benefits. So we really need to bite the bullet, right at opposite Gun City, and actually say, we need to put this on pause. Now, we can do that because if you know the Thorndon Quay project, it's split into 13 areas. I'm not quite sure which area is being done. Area 13 by Gun City is under construction. That probably it'll have to be completed. But really, can we actually go ahead with everything else when we know concrete is being poured over 110-year water pipes, 110 years old water pipes? So I think this is what businesses are looking at. There is an economic downturn. The business benefits that might have stacked up a few years ago aren't stacking up now. and we're spending $43 million. Probably spent about half of that already. So I'm asking for your support. We pause the project for the areas that haven't commenced as yet. And during that pause, we actually conduct a review of the project progress and the business benefits. Now, Tian, I did send a slight amendment through for this, which was just to clarify what sort of review the project should look like. And that is using the government's gateway process to use that. And to be clear about that. But I believe this is the right thing to do. So I ask for your support.
So that's 6 minutes, thank you. As a second, do you wish to speak? Okay. Do we have any questions? I think Councillor O'Neill was the first one to put her hand up. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, just quickly, would this trigger any further review of the NZTA co-funding, similar to how when we decided to take the Hutt Road project out of the whole thing, they were then able to use that to impact the crossing costs?
A change in a pause.
I guess, well, yeah, what with the amendment proposed, are we at risk of
if you stop the project, we're not going to be delivering on what we said we were going to deliver, so it would be likely to be ineligible for any NZTA funding. But if you stopped it and changed the design...
Through you, Mr Chair, it might just pay Siobhan if Diane's final amendment goes up on the screen, so you're commenting accurately.
Any change to the scope of the project, which impacts on the likely benefits, will require another assessment. Does that answer your question, Councillor McNulty?
Yeah, I'm just reading this too now.
Councillor Randall?
I'm just trying to clarify the same thing. The amendment is to say that council wishes to pause the project. Would pausing the project compromise or require an NZTA review?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Does anybody else have any questions? Councillor Abdulrahman.
So if this amendment goes through, what is the financial implication of it? Previously you told us to pause for up to 12 months, as would be 10 million, but what is this one asking for and what is the financial implication of it?
So that's in the paper, which is a pause for 2 months. So the minimum cost is 435,000. I think we said it could be up to 1.4 million, depending on what the contractor and how we would negotiate those compensation claims from the contractor.
Councillor Kelly.
So when you talk about the pause, that's not taken into account for the disruption to the businesses that we just talked about. You're just talking about the cost of our penalty.
Yeah, exactly. So a pause, you'd likely to have to then remobilise. I think we've got 10 months of work left. You'd probably, because of the remobilisation, you'd probably add on, so there'd be 2 months at the end, you'd probably want to add on another month because that remobilisation would take time as well.
Yeah, but specifically to the businesses who are already telling us that the mahi that's going on right now is disrupting them, this cost that you're talking about hasn't included the cost to them, to the specific businesses. Thank you.
No further questions. So I've got one more question.
So just earlier on, it was said that the water pipes that were under Thornakiwa in the road, just to confirm, the wastewater pipes along Thorndon Quay are under the footpath pavement, which is having all been relayed and being, that's where all that disruption is.
Correct. Wastewater pipes are gravity fed though, and your potable water pipes are the ones that are pressurized most at risk of failure. 54% of the pipes along that corridor are potable pipes, and the bulk of them are in the road carriageway.
Okay.
Thank you. So I think we finished the questions. So now we're having debate. Would anyone like to actually...
Kia ora, thank you. I'm aware we have debated this very issue 7 times already at this table, and a key criticism of the mover of this motion is that Let's Get Wellington Moving has never achieved anything, but at every single step of the way, these movers of the motion have aimed to block achieving anything. Thorndon Quay, I recognise, is pretty much a perfect storm for businesses with the current economic downturn. And yes, this is a city of road cones, but we recognise that the infrastructure is incredibly necessary to keep progressing forward. Just about every week there's an article saying that Wellington is becoming stagnant and we're not keeping up with the rest of the world. And these sorts of excellent projects, award-winning projects by the very same team, will help take Wellington into the future. Time is money, and these debates to delay waste both.
Thank you. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I previously mentioned that I've engaged with businesses in Thorndon Quay, and when I do, I ask them about the effect of what we're doing is actually doing to their businesses, but also I significantly ask them about what would they actually like us to do on these projects. Now, they all mentioned about before all this work actually started, the traffic was flowing smoothly. There were no issues with there. I catch the bus through there every day, and the buses have never been held up along Thorndon Quay. But we're saying that by making these changes, public transport is actually going to move a lot faster. But if the buses aren't held up, if the buses weren't being held up before this work started, and they kept moving, except stopping at the bus stops, then where is the significant improvement? So I question the advantages that we say that we're going to actually bring in here. So, and also when I talk to the businesses, I talk about what would you actually like us to do? What would you like us to see? Now, one of the things that they mentioned is that they would like a rates rebate on all this while all this is going on. And so I brought that back, but it wasn't feasible to actually give it to them. And again, because it's creating a precedent. And so, but the help that they wanted from council was to actually look at the issues, look at the problems, and discuss how we're going to solve those problems together. And all of them said that this wasn't actually done. It was a matter of people coming in, and at the time I went through the first time, they had said that they hadn't engaged with any council officers at all. The only people they'd spoken to were the contractors down there, and the contractors came in to tell them what they were actually about to do and when they're going to do it and how they're going to do it. So they said there was no consultation, as in a genuine consultation with anyone about how to do this. They said that we weren't concerned about the effect on their businesses and how this was going to actually impact on people accessing their businesses.
Sorry, Councillor Chuck, could I ask you a question? So how would you feel like delay would be a benefit to the businesses? Oh, okay. Sorry.
I just think that we should actually, I would like to put a pause on this project to have a look at these other issues, because, again, you don't want to actually go and say that we're going to finish this first and then we're going to see what happens afterwards. Now, immediately after it was discussed that these pipes underneath Thorndon Quay weren't being attended to, there was a leak. A pipe broke in the new area where we'd actually just poured concrete. And so wasn't that actually a sign that that there was some significant issue under the ground? So, but what did we actually do there? We just still continued. We didn't have any examination. We didn't evaluate the pipes. And so we're still carrying on as if, yes, we are on a schedule and we want to finish. And I realise, of course, that any delay will actually impact on the cost of it. So, yes, I don't want to incur any extra costs, but what we're doing is actually not the right thing for the businesses. You know, we are not considering what they actually need down there. So all this discussion about improving it, I can't see any improvement at all. So I'm going to vote to have a pause and evaluate what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McNulty.
Just incredibly, I'll speak to this in the substantive at the same time. I really have a huge amount of sympathy for number 2. You know, if we knew what we knew now with the water, there's unquestionably water and the project would have gone hand in hand. But with the economic factors that I spoke about earlier, I just can't stomach putting further disruption into this corridor. That seems intensely disruptive. And I just want to refer that back to in Main Road Tawa, we replaced 500 metres of water main, something similar to the scope of what would need to be done. That corridor, it took over a year. It was an intensely disruptive project. Councillor Randall and myself are often out with NADA and other businesses that were feeling severe impacts, and our officers worked brilliantly to do everything they could to support them on that, but it was huge disruption, and the corridor in Thorndon Quay today is much more usable than the main road in Tawa was with that project. So there's no good outcome, no in this paper generally in the decision. The disruption is real. The water should have been done. To put the water will be, I think, a disproportionately even further negative factor on the businesses. I really don't think there's any way out of this that covers us in glory, but all I can do is take heed of it. I think putting more disruption into this corridor in these economic conditions will be intensely more disruptive, and we just need to hurry up, get this done, and that is unfortunately at this late stage the best that I think this council can deliver. I'm not particularly stoked about that, but that's where I sit.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, just to say that I very, very much agree with Councillor O'Neill and Councillor McNulty. I think they've summed it up pretty well. This connection is extremely strategic. It's going to be part of a complete waterfront cycleway and potentially walkway route, which has national significance once it's finished. I don't see that delaying it is going to get us anywhere. We do need to press on and get it finished. If we were to pause this project, it would not only cost us in dollars, it would cost us in time and further disruption and increased cost to businesses. I have been down recently to Bordeaux Bakery, Bellacasa Bathroom Shop and Just Blinds, and we have managed to find a car park. We're still shopping there. And I think that's our part, is to speak to people about continuing to support these businesses. I am happy that we've collectively approved a little bit of money. I think psychologically that's helpful for businesses, and that they will be able to do something with it. It's an acknowledgement. But to actually defer it now is going backwards badly. So I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. We're not listening. Councillor Free and Councillor McNulty, the businesses in Thorndon have come to us and said it's hugely disruptive what's happening. But they've also come to us, supported by 2,000 signatures, and told us what they want to have happen. Okay, they're the ones who are, I mean, it's no good you saying, we should plough on, in your judgment, that will be better. The businesses have literally come to us and said what they want to happen. And that is to pause the project, because they fear, with good cause, that as soon as this project's finished, the wastewater system will break and they will be in for another year on top of what they're already facing. They're asking us to do it right, and this is why I support this amendment. We were told the pipes were in the road. They're not in the road. The wastewater pipes are under the pavement that we are building. We went to the wastewater, the water forum, and the biggest shock we had was that of all of the overdue pipes, 33% of the wastewater pipes are overdue, and these pipes have not been inspected. So they're saying, before we relay all the curbing, under which there's the wastewater, let's have a look. Let's make sure. And I think this is reasonable. What they're asking for is $400,000. That's a lot of money, I know. But it's only 1% of this whole project. This is a big project. And I think spending 1% to get it right is really important, and it's actually an entirely reasonable thing to have happen. We inherited this project from Let's Get Wellington Moving, and let's face it, they were an overblown, expensive, incompetent deliverer of projects. We are working on this project based on a pre-COVID design, and we've learned so much since this design was put together. And we've learnt so much about water. And so these people are saying, please have a look before you pave over. Because Murphy's Law says that if the wastewater breaks after we're finished, they do not get the benefit for all this new investment. So I ask you to urge to support this amendment. It's an entirely reasonable amendment. It's an entirely good thing that the community that's affected is saying what they want to have happen. So please listen and please support the amendment.
Councillor Young.
And please don't interrupt me when I'm finishing.
Councillor Young.
Councillor Randall has said far more eloquently what I was going to say with a bit less detail, but good detail, especially the map. So the reason I seconded this when I was talking to Councillor Calvert is I just thought the officer's recommendations didn't actually address the concern of the businesses, which is that, I mean, it says, you know, plough on, but it's not actually listed. So that's why I support this amendment. Of course, you know, I think Thornton Quay is a disaster area. My sister was in Sydney. She rang me and she said, there are no road cones here. Where are they? I said, they're all in Thornton Quay. It's like a slalom course of road cones, and people, I mean, you may be able to get a park down there if you're brave enough and fully concentrating enough to get through that slalom course. But the point is that those road cones just deter people, and the businesses down there are dying. And, you know, we blame the council, the government cuts, we blame everything, but we never put any blame on council's own pernicious rates increases and the incredibly pernicious commercial rates differential of 3.7. We have the highest commercial rates in the country, and we're expecting these poor businesses to get through this with a little bit of watering on the tree roots. Councillor Rogers.
I don't want to cut you off, so have you finished? Yes. Oh, okay. No, well done. Thank you. Actually, it's my turn to speak now. I'm mystified, actually, by the benefits that would possibly arise out of this, because we have received a very thorough report from our management, which made it extremely clear that there is no case to actually renew the water works at the moment. The idea that we'd somehow pause the project and somehow, but I'm not too sure quite what we're going to investigate during that pause. It seems to me all of the evidence supports the case that doing this job as quickly as possible, both is a financial benefit to the city, but is going to be a benefit to the businesses in this area. I could see no benefits at all in a delay, and I feel that we've got really substantive information in the report, quite what you would actually be seeking to find out that you don't know today over the next couple of months is a complete mystery. I know there's a lot of emotional rhetoric going on, and I'm sure that there are things that we would like to have done differently with this project, but of course we are going to do a review after the project is finished to work out if next time we could do this job better. But the idea of pausing the project today, putting further disruption on the businesses, putting further cost on the city, putting further burden on ratepayers is just completely ridiculous. So I will certainly be voting against this with gusto. And it's now Councillor Naridan whose turn is to speak.
I think the question Councillor Randall raised, are we listening to the community, is something that I always ask myself in any area. And again, my answer to that question might not gonna be aligning with how I'm gonna vote. We're not listening to the community, and that is obvious. There are some people who really want to stop the project, who hate the project itself. But the intention of Mr. Robinson and the people who signed this petition is not that. They really want to know genuinely what is behind, so we can save what is coming to the ratepayers and to the community who's spending the money. However, to do that, we were told by our officers that petition, responding to that petition was yes, is a $10 million answer. Is that something that we can afford, is what I would ask to all of us. I don't think so. And that is where I really, really struggle. I empathize and I got a big sympathy. I really want to vote it in support of that petition, but when you look at it, the amount of money that put in front of us, I'm not sure how I can justify when I go back to the community later on if we come back, oh, if we put it in, it shouldn't be costing that much, but now we're putting, because of our decision, $10 million on ratepayers and the community. When it comes to this amendment, I also see how Councillor Calvert trying to at least find a way of addressing issues. Maybe previously you might be known, councillor, undermining the project. But I don't think so in this case. And that's what some people say. But in this case, I don't think so. That's your intention. And how we can find the balance when we have already done so much in the project, so much money being spent, is that stopping the way to do it for 2 months, and it's going to cost $400,000 plus, as Councillor Brown said. I'm not sure what exactly we're looking for after that 2 months and how we're going to respond it, even if they can come back with it. But as a councillor, as a governing body of this city, we really need to look at ourselves, reflect. We are losing the social license in our community. This is the real issue. And we can't always bulldoze projects and just, it doesn't matter how good it is, and in the middle of the thing we just find out, oh, now we have to increase because we found out something, just like town hall, 200 million more. Now to do anything to do investigative on the work for water and Tondon Key, $10 million. Because of those things, I will not be supporting, but this is really, really critical time for all of us to reflect and work on the way we're engaging with our community, we're running our projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pennant.
So, Councillor Calvert, I don't think you should be criticised for raising this. I would do exactly the same when I'm opposing motorways and that sort of thing. So I think it is part of the democratic process. And I think it's good that the community has come with some concerns and held us to account. Listen carefully. As long as the pipes are in the middle of the road and we can dig up, that's all right. And I'm glad that we've got some confirmation around the conflict of interest. I think that is really important. So, I support Councillor O'Neill's comments. This has been a very, very long-term project that we have been talking about it for many, many years. We constantly lost votes around this council table many times over a very long period of time. But we have made this commitment. It's a major arterial. The good people of the west and the north should not be held up with traffic jams as we get more people travelling sustainably, and arterial roads should not be for parking. Completely listening that it is difficult at the moment, and there's some great businesses down there which I do patronise regularly, but I am confident that they can adapt. So the dance school, I spend a lot of time supporting my daughter, not dancing obviously, is, it's adapting. And we are trying to change the street, and that's what all over the city, which I completely support. It shouldn't be just about cars. It needs to be about all the modes of transport. It needs to be about where people can live and where they can do business. And we cannot afford to stop. We haven't got any money. And I think just the other point is that it's always going to be disruptive. This is just another part of the opposition. It was always going to be hideous. I know, because I go down the bus route all the time, weaving in and out. And they've taken the bus stop away, so it's a miserable walk in the evening to catch a bus at the moment. It's awful. But once it's done, it will be good. We can see how it's already changing at the moment with the bike lanes down. It just completely has a different feel, and it's going to be so much better. So I won't be supporting this, but Councillor Calvert, you keep on the fight. We'll get there eventually. Kia ora.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I don't need to speak, I think, fully to my point, but I did just want to address what I thought could be considered a misrepresentation of what was discussed at the Water Forum. And what was suggested there was that we were continually looking at leaks and just repairing leaks, thinking that that was the best thing to do, and not doing a deeper economic analysis of the benefits of either fixing leaks or replacing them with a capital renewal. And I just wanted to reflect on the fact that our team, in particular Brad, has already been doing net present value evaluations for our pipe network. And in that regard, we are ahead of the rest of the region, and we are already doing what was suggested at the Water Forum. So I think, just to clarify that we are currently doing what is considered the best economic management of our assets. It is not just responding to things willy-nilly, but actually looking at the economic benefits of each option and weighing them up against each other.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert, would you like your right to reply?
Anyway, so look, yes, I know it's boring, 7 times being brought forward, but actually we can't keep condoning incorrect decisions. I mean, that's basically what it is. If this sort of thing is award-winning, I hate to think what is not. But anyway, look, it's not putting more disruption doing this, actually. This amendment is actually saying finish off the ones that are currently under construction, just don't start anything more. So there's a couple of pieces, as if you know the area, by Gun City, complete waste of money, but nevertheless halfway through, and then the stuff by Bordeaux Bakery. And I think it was Councillor Free, you said it's easy to find a park. Well, the reason it's easy for you to find a park is because no one's going down there. They're avoiding it because of all the road cones. And I went and bought a new bed down there. I made specifically that I would go to Thorndon Quay to purchase that bed. And when I talked to the retailers, because it is a number of bed shops down there, they said the people aren't coming in. I didn't say who I was. I just asked a general question. I said it's easy to find a park because people aren't visiting. They're avoiding the area. We've had over 2,000 signatures. This is not just a couple of businesses. And I know, living in the Onslow area, a lot of people travel down Thorndon Quay. I get many emails daily about this. They're failing to see the benefits of it. But nevertheless, it's got started. And I know some of those comments about, mystified, what was the benefit for doing this? Well, actually, we might actually get some information that shows that we actually do need to repair some pipes before we do work over the top of them. And I don't know whether you've ever seen roadworks or pedestrian works that we've done, and then we've had to dig it up. It never goes back the same way, and it would be a complete waste of money to have to do that within a few years. And the quality of this project, I mean, what's the point of doing a review at the end anyway? Look, we asked for a review. Some of you voted down an amendment I did about the town hall, about reviewing that project so that we get lessons learned partway through it. But it was voted down. When do you actually want to find out how to improve our projects? Because every time we try and do it, you vote it down. So I just think, this is an opportunity. And as Councillor Randall said, it's 1% of the budget. We've spent far more than that putting in a bike rack that no one uses. And I will raise that because that was wrong. And no one's paying the price for that. No one around this table has asked our organisation, how did this happen? How did this happen? And we've got to say the same thing, how is this happening? So we've been told, and you refer to officers saying, well, they're happy, nothing to see here. Well, there's the same officers that were involved with Let's Get Wellington Moving. There is something to see here, but you don't want to see it. We need to do the review and with appropriate methodology. It's I'm suggesting using the standard government gateway process. I'd say, for once, be bold and actually listen to the community, listen to what you know, and actually support these amendments, because that is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Should we now vote on that?
I'll ask for a division as well, please.
Sure. Yeah.
Are we voting on both together?
Yep.
Just the amendment.
Yep.
Yep.
On the written, we're waiting for you. Thank you. That amendment is lost. So now we revert back to the original officer's recommendation. Does anybody still wish to debate it, or have we debated ourselves out on this? We're all debated out, so up with Councillor Randall, who wants the second to last word.
I just want to note that in ignoring this petition, that we are ignoring the community, I believe, and because the community tells us over and again that we're not listening, and we say, you know, reach out to us, engage with us, and then they do, and then we ignore them again. This is not right. It really feels, especially with Let's Get Wellington Moving inherited projects, like the city will look at us and we're saying to them, the beatings will continue until morale improves.
Have you finished? Oh, okay, Councillor Chung.
I'd like to echo what Councillor Randall has just said. Over the last 2 months, I've spent every spare moment that I have going out and engaging with the community, going out and talking to businesses, going out and talking to residents about what they want, about what we're doing right, about what we're doing wrong. And they've all said that we get ignored all the time. So why should we actually even bother to go out and engage with people? And so, of course, I've said that if you don't engage with them, then people will come out and say, well, you must like it because nobody said anything. But we do engage with them. We talk and we talk and we talk. And we talk about, we listen to what the issues are, we listen to what their problems are, but we go ahead and do whatever we plan to do anyway. So that's where we are.
Thank you, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. I really thought about this, and as I know the project, this will be going through, and I want to make a protest to this council, and the way we do things need to change, even if this goes through. What it means is, some of us, if we vote against this, will be hammered as if we are voting against the project. But I'm voting in the support of this petition to send two messages. One, the way this council engages needs to change. The way we listen to our community needs to change. Every time leaving it to the last minute and asking, this is going to cost us $10 million, this is going to cost us $200 million, is not the way to go forward. I want the project to go ahead with it. However, I want to protest the way we do. Because of that, I'm supporting the petition, siding with the community. Thank you.
Albert.
I won't be supporting these, and all I can say, I am really, really pleased that the Ombudsman has announced this morning that they're conducting a review of our practices about our information, how we access our information. I hope it includes for elected members as well as for the public. So, because I think there's stuff here that we really need to uncover. Because if we can carry on with this sort of project without checking it ourselves, it is surprising. So I won't be supporting these. Thank you.
As I was the mover, I get the last word. I feel that a lot of this debate has conflated two issues. One of them is the merits of the project itself, and the other is the actual contents of the petition. The merits of this project, whatever they may have been, were decided long ago by prior councils, and as Councillor O'Neill pointed out, the decisions to actually instigate this work were made many years ago. The petition.
Point of order, Chair. That's misrepresentation. This is council. This council approved
okay.
it.
Well, thanks very much. So what this petition was about the probity and process of our management, and I feel that the analysis of the report that we received indicated that the petition had no grounds, whether it was conflict of interest or whether it was poor analysis of the water issues. Those issues were shown not to have had substance. People may have had concerns. I think the concerns were addressed in the report that management provided us with. So when I vote in favour of this recommendation, basically I'm voting in favour of our management that they've done a good job, and I suspect that there are plenty of things that they would have liked about this project that they'd have liked to have been done differently, but the project was set up by council laws sometime in the past. It was obviously inherited by Let's Get Wellington Moving, which many of us would regard as an unfortunate interlude. But I do not feel that our management deserve any blame for the way they have managed this project. So I am voting in favour of the amendment because I feel that management have handled this well, and I thank them for their report, which I found to be extremely informative and useful. So that's the last word. So now you get a chance to vote.
Can we have them taken separately and a division, please?
Sure.
So can you make it clear to us online exactly what we're voting for when?
Just to receive the report.
Okay, thank you.
So Sarah, we're just waiting for you. Yep, thank you.
I've just replied yes.
Oh, thank you. So the 2.1, continue construction work as planned. That is also passed, thank you. And 2.2, which is undertake a post-implementation review. That is also passed, thank you. And then 3, which is the $1,500 grant. I thought we'd already done that. Can't we just keep going? Just got my nappies on. That is also passed, thank you. Sorry, now we'll take the lunch break for morning tea and lunch. We're going to conflate them, just as you guys conflated the debate. And the next topic, to suit the requirements of Councillor Young, is the half-cost path policy review. So, half-cost path. So we have Brad Singh, Jeff Lawson, and Shu Huang, who are here to introduce the report. If you would like to come and do so and answer any questions that people might have.
That's all my stuff. Just move it around. Thank you, councillors. We'd like to acknowledge the many submitters that have come and spoken on and the ones that we've received on this policy. And the complexity of some of the issues that they've raised. Our advice in the paper remains the same, that we think that if we can, we should revoke or step back from the position that we've had up till now. I think that we have already provided a briefing and a workshop with councillors, so I think we should probably take the paper as read, but answer any questions that you have.
Thanks. I've got a few questions. I'll do three. So you say that there was some misunderstanding around the wall issue, but it's very, very clear in the 1st of February paper and in the Let's Talk document that the walls were included. It's definitely, I've gone through and looked at all the references to the walls. So I'm just wondering, what was the misunderstanding? Are you saying the public didn't understand when it clearly said that the walls were included? Or have you just really more changed your mind about what the scope should be given public feedback?
Can I answer the question? And how the retaining walls was initially included in the SLP as a related, separate issue, because when we say related, because some of the half-cost paths were supported by the retaining walls or the supporting structures. When we say separate, because the current public half-cost policy does not cover retaining walls.
But sorry, I guess it sounds like we were almost criticising the public for not understanding our document that we wrote. So just from a process point of view, it definitely does say that the retaining walls were included in the consultation material. So are you still saying that the public didn't understand?
No, we're not saying the public didn't understand. We added, it was a factor which we put in the consultation material, but the half-cost path policy itself covers railings, the surface of the path, and water channels. So that is the policy itself only covers that, but that was certainly, because many of these paths are on hillsides, it is a related factor which is often involved in the discussions.
So I just want to read this, just last question for now, and then I'll come back. The policy proposal, this is paragraph number 44, for retaining walls will be combined with the recommended policy option for general maintenance of the half-cost path discussed in the above section. I think you did include it, and I think that's when the public got concerned because of the costs which we said in the 1st of February paper, which was 50,000 to 2 million to fix the walls.
I'll read the paragraph 40 and 41 of the SLP regarding the retaining walls. As discussed above, some half-cost paths are supported by retaining walls or supporting structures. However, retaining walls are not covered by the half-cost policy. The maintenance responsibility of existing retaining walls and other supporting structures remain uncertain. Paragraph 41. The Council has never intended to take on responsibility for funding the building of retaining walls to support access paths to private properties. This was clarified in the SLIPS policy 1995 that the council would not assist with the reinstatement of private access except where the slip is the result of council work.
Thank you.
So I'll go back on the list.
Yeah. Councillor Narita.
One of your recommendations, the recommended one was just like how you said 5 years to wrap the whole policy. How did you come up with that five years example? Well, the reason I'm asking is this morning we had a submission from Carolina Scadden, who said it will cost about $250,000 to do the half pass in here where she lives. There are only 3 people who live there. That means half of $250,000 is $125,000. Each of them expected to be paying more than $40,000 over the next 5 years. How practical is that, and how are you based that 5 years on?
Thanks, Councillor. I think the 5 years was a combination of, there wasn't a tremendous amount of science that went into the 5 years decision. It was trying to identify a way to create some impetus for change so that it wouldn't become kick the can down the road for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years before change is made, but also trying to provide enough time for people to be able to gather the funds together to be able to invest into these parts. So there wasn't a lot of science in terms of how the 5 years was determined. It just seemed like an appropriate number to try and balance creating an impetus for change while also providing some sort of leeway to be able to gather the funds together.
Councillor McNulty.
Thanks, team. I'm a bit clear as mud about what we're putting forward, so I'm hoping I can get some clarification. So in the February paper, when we went out to consultation, there were lines about bringing all the paths to a like-for-like standard, 104 paths, very poor or poor condition, 1.3 to 1.6 million, costs may be higher. We had the workshop last month where we talked about option 4 having an OPEX cost of 5.6 million in a transition time frame of 10 years. Now in today's paper, I can't see the 5-6 million figure and the timeline is 5 years. So can you just explain, so have we had some changes in what option 4 is between the August workshop and today and what they are?
Thanks. Correct. So post the briefing and post the workshop that we have with councillors, we've taken some of the feedback that we've received from councillors on board around making a blanket decision for all parts with no transition across to get people used to the transition period. The initial recommendation was that council would, upon decision by the council, that WCC would get these parts back to a like-for-like standard. That would cost the council OPEX that we would need to plug into these parts, and thereby then transfer the parts over to the private property owners and let them take over maintenance. The decision was made to change that slightly and edit the approach slightly, to compensate, one, for the amount of OPEX that council would be expending, but also to allow communities and property owners easier transition time, that it isn't going to be an immediate thing and that they would be transitioning over into maintenance of their private parts immediately. And so this 5-year transition plan was developed, which still offers residents the ability to contribute 50% to the uplift of the path condition. So residents have the ability that over the next 5 years they can approach the council. They can then say, look, we're ready to upgrade the path. Council will split the cost 50-50 with them, upgrade the path, and then within the next 5 years we transfer that path over to the residents. For those that choose not to, we would be transferring it over in the next 5 years.
So those changes, though, would only be known to residents if they've basically read the paper or they're following along today. Is that fair?
Correct. So there needs to be a communication plan that goes along with whatever decision is made here today.
Okay, and the last thing, so we would have, I assume, budgeted that 5.6 mil as a this year expense in the LTP. Now it sounds like we won't need all of it with this time frame and this approach, and it would be over many more years. So I guess I just want to get an understanding of, will we see a saving directly that we can carry forward, or how will that show up in the accounts?
No, so the intention of this policy change, regardless of how the policy changes, is filtered out. The intention was always that within our existing OPEX budgets, we would try to make the work occur within OPEX budgets, and that's what we would be doing regardless of whatever option is chosen. We will rejuggle and reprioritize our OPEX budgets to make it work. So there's no necessarily savings or cost in terms of the decisions that are made.
Do you have just so the 5.6 million, I guess, just for layperson's sake, where has that gone as far as LTP and being banked to where it is today?
The 5.6 million sits within OPEX budgets that are in the business unit at the moment. What was going to happen was that 5.6 million would be spread across a number of years, and we would be prioritizing other work and deferring other work in order to push forward with the half-cost path remediation. That 5.6 million still sits in those OPEX budgets over the next 10 years. What they would be used for now is bringing forward some of those works that would have been deferred and doing some of that works instead on council assets.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
So thank you, and thank you for all the work doing these different rounds. So I just wanted to get some much more basic information from when we first started, because we had a number of potential half-cost paths, and through all the interactions, I guess we councillors and officers sort of refined a target area of half-cost paths. So can you tell me now how many paths are deemed half-cost paths and how many impacted properties are involved?
Here's some numbers I prepared earlier. So we started off with 288 half-cost parts at the beginning of this process. That was first established, I think, around 7 years ago by an evaluation of all the parts, the private parts across the city, and we came up to a number of 288. When we started this process last year, we started reevaluating all those parts. 27 of them have now become fully public parts, so that means the council takes over their parts completely. Another 53 have become parts that are still private but no longer qualify for half-cost contribution because there aren't that many households being supported by the path. The total number of half-cost parts that we're sitting with now is around 208. So there's been about 80 parts that have been reclassified as no longer half-cost. The number of households, I haven't been able to get the exact number, but it's still in the order of greater than 1,000 households.
Okay, that's good. So who built these paths?
It's a question for the ages. Some of the paths are very likely. There's a strong likelihood that the bulk of the parts were either built by developers or private property owners in order to gain access to their properties. However, for the vast majority of these parts, they were built quite a long time ago. Record keeping was very poor. As to whether the council built the path or the private property owner built the path, the only thing that we really have as a reliable telltale sign is whether we have on record in our archives records of the council building it, or if the path looks like a council standard path built to council standards. That kind of gives you some sort of idea, but again, it is guessing at best. It's really difficult to tell on an individual path basis.
Yeah, okay. And just to confirm, part of the response in the Q&A, none of these paths are built parallel to the road and really have any secondary public purpose. Can you confirm that?
The ones that do have a secondary public purpose have been reclassified since then as public paths. So the 27 that we've reclassified as public paths, we've identified have a public purpose.
Okay, so that's good. So thank you very much. I know it's getting into this detail, but I think it's helpful to know that the ones we're talking about now have no public purpose. Okay.
Councillor Pannett, back to you.
The word allowing people to take over these paths, is that a word that you still stand by? I think it caused a bit of irritation.
Yes, unfortunately, the wording is probably not Great. These are private access paths. We have supported the maintenance of those paths with this policy. So it's not. Often that wording has been a little bit inaccurate, so we're
right.
not.
Okay. We just need to be careful. Yeah.
They are
okay.
private access.
Yeah. No, it's the word allowing. People are just like, okay, you're giving us more cost. Yeah. The resources to do the full review around the walls. From my perspective, that's a big piece of work. Have you got the resources to do that? You need, you need to talk to the insurers. You need to talk to other councils.
I can talk to Jeff can probably talk to the policy piece in terms of resourcing. From evaluation of the walls themselves and earth banks in particular, we've already started looking at enabling that work and getting that work done. There was a piece of work that was done a few years ago, I want to say 8 or 9 years ago, to start this off, and so we'll pick up that piece of work and we'll recommission it, and that will give us an idea of land stability and earth bank stability, as well as a review of all existing retaining walls. So we have factored that into our budgets, and we will be progressing that over the next year or two. But with regards to the policy review, maybe Jeff can talk to.
Sorry, how many retaining walls have we got in the city?
Retaining walls that we've got in the city, we've got thousands.
Yeah,
we've got thousands.
So you're just doing the half cost retaining walls.
That's what we would start off with, the half cost.
Can we, Councillor Young?
Jeff hadn't answered.
You've just had several.
All right,
Councillor
put me
Young.
back on the list.
Okay, in that case, we'll move on to Councillor Rogers.
You are so.
Councillor Rogers,
so
would you
rude.
like to ask any questions? You can go back on the list if you like.
Yeah, I just had one question, in which that was kind of, if we were consenting new constructions now, would there be any situation that would arise to something like a half-cost path? And if we are consenting things like that, what's our current way of dealing with that?
Currently, land consenting and the building of parts is governed by the Code of Practice for Land Development. So when a path is being built, the path has to be built by a developer in accordance with our code. If the path is going to be servicing 3 or more households, a private path that's going to be servicing 3 or more households, we would have to have a look at it from a consenting perspective to determine whether we feel comfortable to take that over as a half-cost path or not. It really depends if the policy holds post today or if the policy gets revoked post today, as to how that practice may change. But at the moment, there's still a possibility that half-cost paths could be added to the list, because the policy being in play does still allow us to consent those things from occurring.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, given these half-cost paths are on council land, I was just wanting to clarify the legal health and safety responsibility. Do we have any responsibility? Because the half-cost paths, of course, came to our attention when an fortunate person died on one of a badly maintained one. So just in terms of being clear about what any ongoing responsibility, do we have any responsibility for paths that are on our property?
We have a responsibility under the Health and Safety at Work Act. Under the Health and Safety at Work Act, we would be regarded as a PCBU, a person conducting a business or undertaking. What that would mean is, under the Act, we have a responsibility to do 3 things, is to coordinate, cooperate, and communicate. And so what our obligations would be for a private path that's sitting on council land would be to communicate and coordinate and cooperate with the asset owner, the path owner, around any unsafe conditions that occur on the path. So what that would look like is we would need to contact the private owners, tell them there's an unsafe condition, you need to rectify it, work with them to try and rectify it. Should we be unable to get them to rectify it over a period of time, then we would need to put some safety measures in place in terms of preventing anyone from being hurt on that path. But that's our obligations.
And has that actually happened in practice, to your knowledge?
It's happened in practice. We've never necessarily, I think only twice maybe in the time that I've been here, that we've actually had to shut down a path, usually because the developer wasn't responding to our requests. In most instances, we've been able to work with the private property owner to get it rectified.
Okay, and last question is, because we provide the public access way, do we have a right to like permanently close access to a property? I mean, due to health and safety.
That's probably a question for our legal team. I believe that because they've got access rights over our property, that's why we have an obligation to act as a PCBU with the property owner. Our rights to be able to close private access, that's something probably for the legal team to answer.
Sorry, I should have put that into the Q&A so you could go and get that advice. Sorry about that.
Councillor Young.
So just going back to when council graciously allowed people to take over full responsibility for the path, so that became for them full cost paths, right? You would call them?
For private parts?
Yeah.
Yes, they are full
So
cost.
how do these people react when they got that lovely gift from the council?
I wasn't here. It was a long time ago. So I believe that a lot of these parts were probably initially built by the property owners.
I mean, when you said that earlier this year, you reclassified some paths and some.
Yes.
Were
So we haven't communicated that to the private property owners just yet.
So anyone who listens to this online will think, I could be lucky, and then they find out they're not lucky.
There was a need for us to go through this process through the policy review before we started communicating back to the property owners, because we wanted to do a fulsome communication, including the decisions that we made today, so that everyone was aware of the decisions that we made and how it would impact them. Part of that communication would be your part has changed classification from half cost.
So we could send something like, you're a winner.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, just a little bit more on this difference between what we had in August and what we had today, because obviously I haven't been part of whatever conversations you've had with councillors around the changes. So what we consulted on was the transition timeframe of 10 years, and we're now putting up 5 years, which I guess would be an unwelcome surprise potentially for some of those in there. So can you just talk about why it's 5 years now instead of 10?
We didn't consult on any transition time. So when we did the workshop with councillors, we suggested 10-year. When we consulted only on revoking the policy. So then we've talked about how we could implement this well, and that's when we've introduced the implementation timeframe. So when we had a workshop with councillors a few weeks ago, we suggested 10. Now we're talking about 5.
So in terms of, just to be really clear, then in February in a consultation, we have just basically said we were going to revoke the policy as soon as we brought up all the paths to the like-for-like standard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I have a question. If somebody has access way over a road reserve to their property for, say, a driveway or something, do we normally charge people for the use of our property?
Not unless there's a structure associated with it. So for garages and the like, and maybe car decks, they would be required to apply for an encroachment license. But access to their property, we don't charge for access to their property. I don't believe. Is that correct?
No, under the district plan, we have people have the right for street frontage. So everyone. This relates to let's say 1,000 properties. The other 75,000 properties in Wellington all have a driveway or a footpath, which is theirs, which they maintain and look after.
Right. So the people who've got the the one or two houses on the property where they've got an access way over. Effectively, they know that they're actually looking after the roof. That's their responsibility, but we don't charge them necessarily. Okay, thank you. Councillor Randall?
Are any of these paths, did they used to be public paths and just different changes has meant that they're no longer public paths?
Again, that's really difficult to determine. With this policy being in play from 1934, I believe, it's really difficult to tell what these paths were before the policy came into play. It's really hard to know if any of them were public previously.
Okay. So I also need to ask about the Local Government Act, Section 331. It's the Local Government Act 1974, 331. I was wondering if you explain why that doesn't apply to these paths. And just before you do that, I just want to read out the definition in the Act.
I don't know. Can we not have the definition? Can we just have the answer? Because I think we've actually read your question. But no, Jeff can maybe answer the question.
Yes, it was in the Q&A. So it's a little bit grey, but it as relates to pedestrian paths, essentially on roadway, but on road reserve. So pedestrian paths, so which we would interpret as public paths, and then it does have a thing that we're able to charge up to have a charge of 50%. So, but we would reading it naturally seems to apply to public pathways.
So,
rather than private access ways.
So it does say in the definition that it's a path that's primarily for pedestrians. So you are saying that your interpretation of the Act is that the pedestrians means public.
Just jump in here. So I'm from Council's legal team. I may not have met you all before, Catherine. In terms of that definition within the Local Government Act 1974, it is applying to public footpaths that run alongside a road. And it's not applicable to private access ways that take a person from their property to the roadway or to a public footpath. It's also a section where it's council can apply a charge. The situation we're talking about here is council subsidising something that a private property owner is utilising and is for their benefit.
Okay, thank you.
That looks like all the questions. Oh, no, sorry, we've got Councillor Pannett.
So sorry, Jeff, if you could just finish answering that question about the resources.
No, I understand the question is the resources.
Yeah, and given this is an issue all cities are grappling with around the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
We put that recommendation in there to agree that officers will review the slips policy, recognising that it has been that this issue has been raised. And if we vote that, if that is agreed, we will have to work that out and prioritise resources to enable us to do that.
Yeah, I guess it's just a question about the rigour, because it is complex. Yes. My next question is just the effects of a delay. So if this doesn't go ahead today, because my view is that we need to do the paths and the walls together, what is the impact?
In terms of how long it would take us it really depends what the delay is caused by. So if the delay is, for instance, Councillor Pannett, I'm assuming that you would like the retaining walls and earth banks incorporated into a broader decision. Yep. So if that's the delay, that could take us quite a while to do, to gather the data, analyze the data, and firm up a position in terms of how we would deal with that. So we could potentially be looking at maybe a 2 or 3 year delay before we bring the whole thing back. What that would look like financially is probably not significant to council, but from an officer time perspective, regarding the management, the operational management of these parts, it's still quite significant. We spend a significant amount of time dealing with them. One part could probably engage you for probably about 18 months before you land a solution with the private property owners, and that's weekly negotiation and communication with property owners. So it does take a lot of officer time at the moment, just trying to operationalize this policy and make it work.
The laterals, have we learned anything from that process of giving things to people and then having to take them back?
allowing people again. Yeah.
I don't know how to answer that question.
Well,
Is it kind of
So it
is it
hasn't
really
been
relevant?
it hasn't been an
I don't-
issue since we
Is it relevant?
that the
sorry,
policy.
the reason it's relevant is that we thought we could give things away, and then when it got too costly for people, we had to take them
We're not
back.
giving things away here.
No.
What we're doing, so we are revoking a policy which effectively subsidises something
Yep.
at the moment.
Councillor
Just-
Young,
I just
I think.
one-
No.
okay,
if
okay,
you
then
wanna
one
go.
more question. That's
Councillor Young.
So I'm just wondering, so where you have redesignated paths as being public paths because of their use by the public, how many members of the public do you need to make it? I'm thinking, for example, here's one in Upland Road.
Yeah.
These two half-cost paths, and this one is used by locals when they're doing things like training for the Great Walks. It's one of the favourite paths they use. So how do we decide?
I think the straight answer is the intention for public paths is built along the public carriageway for public pedestrians to travel. And these half-cost paths, as part of the private accessways, are built with the intention to access private properties.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I'm looking at option 2, the targeted rates, and I'm quite surprised by the number of, how few people actually went for this option, because it seems to me that this one would be one of equity. So my question about this is that you've got down there that the council officers don't recommend this option because there may be equity concerns for how this targeted rate is actually apportioned. But would it not be a simple thing to say the people that live furthest away from the where the path actually began have the greatest benefit, because of course they're using more of it, and the people who live closest to where the path begins would have the least amount of use? So would it not be a simple thing to apportion it that way?
I think firstly is the legislative requirement for set up a target rate is quite significant, and for example, it need to be included in the council's funding pact statement, which is part of the long-term plan. So, which definitely require a lot of consultation and the council's decisions on this matter. The second is directly related to equity issues. Is while is the same complexity to seek the agreement between the property owners on one path, but the different paths have different complexity and the level of maintenance requirement that basically require the council to set up more than around 1,000 target rates. That's administratively very burdensome.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, thanks for that. Now, looking at the difficulty and the number of targeted rates that you would actually said, we've had discussion on targeted rates, and in a different context with with buildings that aren't being developed and underutilised sort of areas. So would that actually fall into the same category when you're actually looking at setting up a targeted rate? Like, would be this whole a wide range of different properties where you need targeted rates for, not just with the half-cost path issue, but with other things as well? So wouldn't that amortise the cost of setting that up be much lower or less significant? Sorry, do you want me to...
Not quite sure what the question is.
I'm reading about...
Ray, so I mean, this is a very, very broad question. I think it's really out of scope.
Oh, what I'm looking at is...
Rates policy is something which is a really complicated topic.
Okay, sorry, my reason for the question is that because the targeted rates don't just affect half-cost paths, if we use it somewhere else, would that actually reduce the cost to...
it's trivial. You're talking about a super complicated arrangement. We're talking about a couple of hundred paths. The level of complexity which you're actually talking about to actually generate a tiny amount of revenue would just be disproportionate to the cost of actually putting the arrangement in place.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, I've got a question for the legal team, and it's about a clarification about what are our health and safety obligations, if any, what they are.
Sure. So I understand the Health and Safety at Work Act was mentioned earlier. That is applicable if council is undertaking work in the area. It is not applicable to the public area generally. So I just want to clarify that point. Yeah.
Thank you. That's great, actually. Are there any, Councillor Pannett?
So, sorry, this is probably for you, Brad. The thing that's sort of troubling me is that I find it difficult to separate out the path from the wall, from what's owned by council and what's owned privately. So this is just a question of clarification. Is that really possible to separate them out? If one thing fails, then can that lead on to another part of the failure of the land around, just given it's all connected?
Yeah, it is possible to do it. So if you think about council itself owns parts. We have retaining walls, we have land banks, and so these are all assets that we as a council own. And we're quite easily able to determine when our footpath has failed as opposed to our retaining wall, as opposed to our land bank, and attribute it to our different assets and manage our different assets, even though they are intrinsically linked to each other. We could do the exact same thing with private parts. Just because the path is a private one and not council-owned doesn't mean that we can't disassociate the impacts into different parts. Now, what that means in practicality is that if the root cause of the damage is due to the retaining wall failing, we can attribute it to the retaining wall. If it's due to the earth bank, we'd know that it was the earth bank. If it is due to the path itself, we can attribute it to the path itself, and we have processes as to how we do that. So from a practicality perspective and an operational perspective, it is quite easy to separate the three. And because it is easy to separate the three, we can have a decision on the path itself today not have a major impact on future decisions around the walls and earth banks.
Thank you. Councillor McNulty.
Sorry, I don't want to try and slow it down, but there's just two quick questions. If people can't insure against these paths, what's the status around borrowing? Do we have any kind of idea of whether they can access their mortgages to fund this work if it's not on their land?
We don't have this information because I guess it's very difficult because even the asset might be belong to the property owners, but it's on council land, so it would be very difficult to get mortgage or anything from the bank.
Okay, and just want to try and understand against these changes between workshop and today. If 6 fails, so 3 proceeds, what's the kind of practical outcome of that? Because we're still going to bring them up to a standard under 3. Can you just spell it out like I'm 5 years old for me? So if 6, the amended substantive 6 fails, what happens then?
So the 6 was Councillor Brown's amendment, which agree that so that just is that's just a bit fuller explanation, so that we will continue to work with property owners and on a case by case basis, so that we can solve these situations. So during the implementation period, we will work on a case by case basis with the property owners to ensure that we can get a workable solution if we can.
So it doesn't materially change much, it's just making more explicit what the intention is of 3. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. That's the finish of the questions. So I'm happy to move the motion. Is there a seconder? And we had a seconder, Councillor Matthews. As the mover, I get the opportunity to speak first. In my time of council, I think this policy has been one of the ones where we've actually spent almost the largest amount of time in terms of the public hearings where we heard, I think it was about 50 people submit. I think there were failures in the original policy and the way it was expressed and I think it was a problem of communication. But we've inherited quite a significant problem because there's an open-ended liability, and it's very unusual that the council will actually be subsidising people to look after their paths when they're for private benefit. So it seemed to me that council officers were starting from the right motive of wanting to solve this problem of creating a subsidy for which some people benefited and everybody paid. The solution that was originally put forward obviously caused a lot of confusion because of the issue about banks and walls, and I think that we now understand that clear separation of the two issues is critically important. But the fundamental issue of should council be subsidising people's private paths remains, and I think that the solution that's now being put forward of a 5-year run-off period is a good one. The amendment which I worked with the council officers to put forward is that obviously, as Brad has explained, a lot of the problem which we have with these problems is that the various residents of these properties find it difficult to agree amongst themselves. So as I saw it, this was actually removing some of the leverage of any one person to effectively impede a solution, so that if a group of people on a path get together and they can't all agree, but some of them can agree that they will pay half of some work, that is now going to be possible. But we've actually given management, or our management, more flexibility. So I feel like this has been a very, very thorough process. It is going, and the recommendation will actually solve a problem which the council has in terms of open-ended liability. But at the same time, 5 years is giving people ample opportunity to look at their circumstances and sort out the path. And of course, we've separated out the wall and the bank issue as being completely distinct from the surfaces issue. And I think that's a good thing. And I'm also pleased to hear from what Brad was saying about the number of paths that have been redesignated as completely private or completely public, because those, especially the issue about public paths, was ones that were raised by several people in the submission. So I think that's actually also a good outcome, that the council takes full responsibility for some and no responsibility for some of the others. So I think this is a very well thought out policy, which is where a lot of work has gone into it. So I hope that you can support it. And now we'll go to Councillor Pettit. Oh, sorry.
We've had questions? I'll reserve my right to speak.
So sorry, just number 6, you've got officer support for this, because this is a reasonably significant one. It's not. It's not just.
Yes. No, it was drafted with their support. Would anyone else like to discuss this? Debate. Oh. Well, yeah, we can have a little bit of a chat, but maybe a debate. We'll call it the debate, shall we? Anyone like to say anything? Councillor Chung.
I find that this policy is, it seems to me that it's not a method of creating equity for people, because I think that I can see that there's winners and losers out of this, because I've consulted really extensively with a lot of people about these. Now, the people who like the current policy they're the ones on say little streets or little right of ways where they're getting holes in the road, or they're getting leaks, and they're getting various different things, and they can't get agreement from all the houses on that street to actually do that work, because of course they have a lot of absentee landlords and their renters, and so the landlords don't want to put money into something that they can't actually see, and that maybe won't increase their rent, and so they want to continue on with the they quite like the policy of the council keeping maintenance of these things but not having the 50%. So they're it's quite clear what they want. And then I've talked to the people up in areas where the roads are elevated, the paths are elevated, and of course they're very concerned about the sheer cost of actually maintaining those. And they feel that they can't actually afford to do this work, even taking the walls out, the retaining walls out. They feel that it'll be an extensive cost for them to do so. So I can understand that they're in that situation. So how do we come up with a solution that helps all of these people? Now, on top of this, then I generally believe in user pays, and so I believe that those who benefit from this should actually be contributing to the uptake. So it's a very difficult decision, and I find that looking at all these options, it seems to be very difficult to get equity out of all of these things. So out of all of them, I like the targeted rates the best, but obviously if there's a difficulty in actually doing this, then I don't want the costs of actually maintaining this to be greater than the benefits. So that's my tuppence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Randall.
Thank you. First of all, because there's actually some more information in the councillor Q&A, I'd ask that the councillor Q&A be tabled. So half-cost paths actually get their name from the 1974 Local Government Act, Section 331, where it says that if we build paths, that we can charge up to half the cost. And so that's the only place I've ever seen where this name came from. And it's good that in the review the officers have done that 27 paths have been found to be public pedestrian paths and essentially taken over by council. I am a bit disappointed, I have to say, that the paper doesn't actually mention the Local Government Act 1974, Section 331, because I think it is relevant, if only to be on the boundary of what is a public versus private. And I think the discussion we had about what is a private benefit is very useful. I also am pleased that the slips policy, under which the retaining walls and banks, which caused so much public concern when they were mentioned with half-cost paths, is to be reviewed next year. I think this is probably going to have an equally large amount of debate and discussion because half of the submissions, as far as I could tell, were actually about retaining walls and not about half-cost paths, and certainly the orders of magnitude and numbers of properties affected is probably going to be much greater than this. However, I'm still very concerned that we can't just pull back in terms of costs with these paths that serve multiple households. I'm concerned because of our ongoing liability, that if they're not maintained, that we're still partly liable for it. At least I'm also concerned that most of the properties who are affected don't even know about it in terms of being formally notified that of the status of their obligation. I'm concerned that we rely on assets on our own property to be maintained by groups of people who barely know each other, and that I just think also the amount of effort that we're going to put into this area, whereas just maintaining the status quo will probably cost less, means that it's actually likely to be costly as well. So much as I appreciate some elements of this, I just don't think we've quite succeeded on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
So this was shocking news to the property owners who suddenly found out they had a liability about which they knew nothing because they had bought their house before 2007, because until then it wasn't put onto limbs. I'm deeply concerned about the potential unquantified liability this gives to property owners, especially as those who bought their properties before 2007 are in many cases older and sometimes retired and on fixed incomes, and suddenly they find they have this financial requirement which they probably can't get a mortgage on and they can't insure. So I'm horrified by the whole thing. So, I mean, I agree with Councillor Chung. I'm a great believer in user pays, but it doesn't actually work in communities. For example, one of the officers did say to me, but if you don't support this, you'll be paying for something you don't use. And I said, just like rugby fields. So to me, it's kind of in the same category. So I will be voting to retain the status quo.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. So look, I will be opposing number 3 and 6. Whilst I appreciate the work has been put in, I do want to just make a first comment around the process. I don't think it has been as rigorous as it needed to be. the whole thing around the retaining walls was confusing. I was just rereading all the documentation. It's just says one thing, then says another thing, and I think it's caused unnecessary concern. And we do have a duty when we're doing consultation around property to be very, very careful about how we do that. And I don't think we have done quite the job we needed to here. So I am objecting to this for the following reason. I am lucky to own a very resilient piece of land, but a lot of people aren't, and that's just luck. A lot of people are going to have problems with their land. And my view is that we should share the cost. We've all caused climate change to some extent, and with increasing adverse weather events, we will just all are going to have to pay. Now, how we divide that up is going to be very demanding, which is why I keep talking about the slip policy being really critical. And so I don't like the way this has been done when these policy implications are quite significant. Whilst the officer helpfully answered my question around separating out, the banks, the walls, the paths, I just don't think it is quite that simple. Some of this land is still owned by council, and I think we needed to have a really careful approach to that and how we shared the costs. I don't think there's an enormous cost in not sorting this out for the next couple of years. It's been in here since the 1930s, so we could just wait a couple of years until a heritage policy. We could wait a couple of years just until we do the bigger piece of work, and I think it must be integrated. Whilst engineers might be able to separate out things, the environment doesn't quite work that way. I really object to number 6. I think while it might not have legal precedent, it does have political precedent. If we're going to force people who may just not be able to pay for things to do so when one or more owners can, I think that is incredibly problematic. The wall issue was costed at $50,000 to $2 million. Earthquake strengthening is another one where the costs are huge and people just can't afford it. So I just do not think this is all right. It's come at pretty much at the last minute, like the day before, without any discussion or policy analysis. I also object to the fact we don't actually know all the costs yet. Not really. So thankfully it hasn't been too expensive so far, but until we do the work and analyse exactly what we need to do to upgrade, I think it's very problematic. And finally, I just want to say thank you to the submitters. They made a number of excellent points, about who should pay, the difficulties of getting agreement, the failure of the council over many years not to maintain their part, the public good aspect of them. I just think they've made a compelling case to keep the status quo, and then if we do that big piece of work, that's not to say that I don't think owners shouldn't have to pay, I do, but that share needs to be right, and it needs to be on a really sound basis when we're talking about any kind of land.
Thank you. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whanau. When I make my decisions, most of the time what I see is not only the figure in front of me, I see the people behind it. I try to put human face into every decision that I make. And this, we're talking about 166 footpaths, about 1,000 houses. That is what people are looking at it. When you see from behind who lived on those houses, what does the impact looks like on them? One of the submitters this morning said how much it will cost. 40,000 plus over the next 5 years. It means for some families, it's something they can't afford. And I absolutely see where officers are coming from, and they try their best in producing what they think is the best way to go forward. But for me, at this stage, the status quo is the way to go, and not understanding what. I'm a bit disrupted from the talk behind me, I'm sorry. So I think it's really important we see the community that get impacted because of our decisions. I'm speaking about my community in Brooklyn, in Houghton Bay, in Island Bay, who will be impacted because of this policy. And the rest of you have, each of you in Miramar, Strathmore, there are each and every corner, people who are getting impacted. In Kelburn and Karori, if you are voting today for this, thousands of people who will be impacted at the result of this will be counting for the rest of their life what that it means. I'm really encouraging each and every one of you to vote against 3 and 6 so we can go back and visit later on and make it a way more equitable for the community. Thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, I guess there's some, to me, some considerable differences between what was in the February paper and what we have today. And I guess my questions today have highlighted that I feel a bit of lack of clarity, especially between the changes of the August workshop and today. So not feeling great about making like a very clear governance decision personally. We all have our own views on that. I think Councillor Abdurrahman's right. This is a really small number of properties, but there is a really high impact on owners. And I did talk to one on the phone earlier in the week, and she was in tears. You know, this is just uncertainty, and it's funny because it's an absolutely objectively ineffective policy. You look at the amounts that we're paying out yearly. This is a silly policy to have on the books, and officers are completely right to take it off. But it comes back to that, what I was talking about, the economic environment this morning, and that 5-year time frame gives me nerves, you know, with interest rates being high and economic activity low. And, you know, I was sitting at the back of the room when I thought about, wait, if insurance is an issue, what about access to capital, being able to borrow if it's not actually on your land? And again, that's just another frame of uncertainty. So I think with the benefit of hindsight, we probably could have just put a pause on this work and banked for savings going into the LTP process, but that's on us as a governance and myself, because I voted to proceed with it. But for right now, it does feel like the status quo would be the most appropriate. So I'm just going to take 3 separately. I think I'll support 6 because I see it trying to improve the status quo, given, you know, I'm sure that this will go through, relatively supported at number 3. So I think 6 makes it less worse for those individuals. But yeah, I just feel 10 years, maybe I'd probably be able to go on to number 3, but I just think given some of the uncertainty around interest costs and access to capital.
Actually, point of order, Chairman. Repeatedly happening in this council, people trying to disrupt when other speakers speak. And I think that needs to stop and happen a few times today. And again, now taking attention from Councillor McNulty as well. Now you can continue.
Thank you. Yeah, so look, I just think, again, completely logical policy, completely reasonable to get off the books. I have no argument with the work, but it is a matter of timing, so that's where I'm sitting.
Thank you. Councillor Free.
Yeah, what I noticed in the consultation when we had people come to speak to us is the level of concern, and I think it was pretty unanimous, really. There might have been 1 or 2 people who supported this, but most of them were deeply, deeply concerned and uncertain about how it would impact on them. I just want to say, though, that I think that number 6, I agree with Councillor McNulty. I think this is actually trying to make it better, and all it's saying is that if, say, you've got 3 people on a path and 2 of them want to proceed with improving it and 1 can't for some reason, that the 2 will shoulder the 50% of the cost if they really want it to proceed. At least that's how I understand it, which I think is a good idea because people are in different circumstances and some people will feel more anxious about an unsafe surface than other people. So if some of them are happy to come up with 50%, I think they shouldn't be prevented from that happening. So I don't see it as an impingement on rights. I actually think this is making it easier for a group of residents to proceed somehow. So I will support number 6, and I'm actually disappointed that it wouldn't apply if 3 failed, because I think it should apply even if 3 fails. Okay, but look, I can't support a change at this point. I think we actually don't know what sort of obligation we'll open ourselves up to if we ask everybody to get on and try and get this work done in 5 years. We might find it's quite a lot more expensive than just continuing with this policy that we've currently got. And I also think that we're we're actually addressing this minor problem when we're not addressing the more major problem, which is about the retaining walls. And that's not going to be retained until 2025. And that I have seen cause so much grief to people. And one of the submitters said that he had been suddenly forced to pay $100 and something or other $1,000 to fix a retaining wall. Partially, it was to uphold a bank, which had a road underneath it. And this is where I feel that this problem needs to be owned by the whole city. I think that paths, they're not really private paths, to be honest. Most of these paths are for people to access properties. And if we're going to argue that, we should argue that people in cul-de-sacs should have to pay for all of their road and all of their footpath because they're a cul-de-sac and they're not contributing to a wider access. I just think we're starting down a slippery slope when we don't protect the safety of the public, whoever they might be, plunket nurses, emergency workers, fire people, whoever, posties, people who deliver packages. I just cannot understand why, if it's on our land and we've presumably allowed it, a path to be built, that we can run away from the responsibility of doing our bit to protect the safety on our land.
Thank you. That looks like it. So I get the last say. I'd just like to actually clear up a couple of misunderstandings which I feel some of you are labouring under. The first about cost sharing and compulsion. There is no compulsion. As you'll see it, the way it's expressed in point number 6, if a resident on a shared cost path chooses not to participate, there is absolutely nothing to stop them not participating. There is no way they can be forced to spend. There is the lady who came in and complained about her inability to spend. She doesn't have to spend. If she doesn't sign up, she doesn't spend. The second thing about the mortgage issue is completely ridiculous. I mean, if you have appalling access to your house and your access way is improved, obviously the value of your property rises. And so if you did need to borrow against the property, your property should be worth more than before you spent the money. The fact that the actual path itself isn't covered by the mortgage is irrelevant. The separation of the path issue from the walls and banks, I feel, is a very important part of why we're doing this, because obviously the walls and banks is a bigger issue. It's a much more problematic one. It is going to engage a lot of time and energy once that gets started. I think it would be far better for us to separate out these 2 points. The rugby field analogy is beyond absurd. I mean, the reality is that what we're talking about here is a subsidy so that somebody gets a benefit for their own private access way, as opposed to providing a subsidy so that there is a public field on which people can play a game of sport. There is no analogy at all. I mean, what we are doing at the moment is providing a subsidy at ratepayers' expense so that 2 or 3, or it has to be more than 2 obviously, 3 or 4 properties can benefit at everybody else's expense. And to go to Councillor Chung's point about a targeted rate, at the moment, Ray, of course, everybody is paying so that a few people benefit. And I think that is completely unfair. We have a situation at the moment which isn't really working. I mean, it's costing the council a very small amount of money, about 30 grand a year, because it's fundamentally not really functioning. And this is a good way of terminating a dysfunctional policy, but doing it in a way which actually doesn't hurt anybody. It doesn't force anybody into a course of action. Nobody is forced to fix their path if they don't want to. The point about liability is a complete, as we've just heard from our legal advisor, is a nonsense. There is no liability on council from these paths. If somebody happens to get hurt on their own path, that's their tough luck. It's not our problem. And the idea that we should pay us money for the private benefit is repugnant to me. So
point of order.
I would hope that you can vote in favour of all of these changes to the policy.
Point of order.
Thank you.
So just
A point of order.
misrepresentation of the fact that councillor said that we had no liability if there was an accident on our...
She clarified the liability, and it was essentially...
So no, but you said there was no liability.
It is a very unusual situation.
Roll on it.
Okay, you're ruled out of order. Okay, can we just vote on the policies, please? And I suppose we want them all separately.
Can we have 3 and 6 separately in a division? Yep.
Okay, so we're voting on each one. No. We're just voting.
We're voting on 3.
Oh, no, we're doing each one at a time, I think. Okay.
What are we voting on?
The first 3, is it? Sorry, this is number 3. Yeah. Okay, 3.
Are we taking number 3 now? I thought we were going to do them one at a time.
That's number 3.
We're doing number 3.
Yeah. It's not Calvin online. All right. So that's a no. No, it doesn't matter.
I voted no.
Yeah. So what happens now?
And do the rest together.
But there is no transition period there, is there?
That's why I thought maybe, Tim, that should say that that applies regardless, number 6.
So what's the... Oh, sorry, Sarah, did you vote in error?
I voted no to number 3.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely voted no to number 3.
No. I don't know.
Yes. I think let's move to the next one now.
There you go.
Yeah, it's failed.
Yeah. So that way we just stick with the existing policy? We don't need to have the other votes?
Yep.
Well, we can receive information.
Receive the information.
We've still got to do the...
Yeah, so just keep voting on the others.
Okay.
Tim, if there's agreement from the committee to change 6 to just be independent of 3, so that it's something we can vote on
Sarah,
to take place regardless,
no,
then
we do not have agreement from the committee, and this is a
okay,
technical process.
fine.
She would like...
Can we just go ahead?
That's all right.
To the next
Fine.
one. I think this meeting is not well.
Can we vote for...
Okay. Okay. Okay, so we'll just go back to 1 and vote on 1.
Yep, thank you. Receive information.
Yeah. What's the point? Okay, you're not voting, Tony? That's it? Okay. Yes, okay. Sorry. Yes. Okay, 2. I'm not going to show why we're bothering. We just vote on 2. Two. That is past number 4. It is passed. Number 5. Diane and that's also passed. And now number 6. Doesn't matter. We're going to vote for it.
Councillors,
you don't have to.
Don't
vote them.
You still have to vote for every motion that's put. So you have to vote for 6. What's already happened can obviously change how you might want to vote.
Can I just ask a clarification of process? Sorry, since we haven't got a transition period, how could we haven't got the policy, how can we have a transition period? I don't understand.
Vote against it if you like it.
Just a procedural thing. You should take that into account when you choose what you vote for.
Yep. And that is also a yes, so that's also passed. Okay, so we're back to where we started from. So now we move on to the parklets program. We welcome Moana Maki to take us through what is in front of us. Thank you, Moana.
Right. Kia ora, councillors. Through a combination of illness and annual leave, you've got me today. Vida is not well, but she is online for any really technical questions that I don't know the answer to. Basically, we're keen to get a direction, a decision from council on parklets. So you'll see from the paper, we put in place a program during COVID in order to assist businesses. That ended in September last year. And since then, through a combination of requests from councillors and also council officers, we thought it was good to just come back with a general policy steer in terms of whether or not you want us to continue with this program of work, and that way we can get on and do it. We have put in place we're suggesting a cap of 50 parklets, at which point when we reach that cap we would come back to you to get further guidance. As you've seen from the paper, we think these are great for the city. It's important to note that these parklets are not being proactively sought out by officers. This is where businesses have come to us because when we did the public places policy, I think last year, parklets were included in that any business has a right to come to us and to apply for a parklet. So these are all, every parklet we have is where a business has approached us, and we still have a number that are sitting on hold waiting for that decision here today. So happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor Chung.
So when you get the application from businesses to have a parklet, what are the parameters that you actually use at that time? And also, part 2 of the question is the cost to the businesses, is that the same? Is that the same for all parklets? It is. Okay.
Yeah, so it is the same, and it's basically it's the same as the cost that we charge for outdoor dining. So we wanted to be consistent with other policies. We didn't want to create a new category of fees. So this is essentially, we've got 2 types of parklets. We've got amenity parklets, and we've got what we call trading parklets. All of our parklets are trading parklets, bar one, which is where hospitality businesses basically want to be able to have people sit outside and eat or buy drinks and things like that. So we just charge them what we would normally charge for outdoor dining. What we've suggested is that we take another look at that and come back to you through the annual plan to look at whether that is appropriate for parklets if we're going to continue to do them. In terms of the first part, Vida can jump in if I miss anything, but we would look at the location. We would take in particular safety from a transport perspective into account. We'd probably look at how many other parklets we have in that area, and we would also consider so not only the business who's come to us, but what the views of other businesses around there in terms of taking out a car park to put in place a parklet.
Yeah,
did you hear?
Sorry, Vida just might have something to add.
Just the other key thing we look at is around access, and also the water and drainage problems in the area.
And one of the advantages that we've found also is from an accessibility perspective, sometimes you have the ability to take outdoor dining that's sitting right up against the frontage of a store, which could cause accessibility issues, and put it into the parklet, which makes clears up the footpath.
Okay. Sorry, did you hear, I'm trying to remember who it was yesterday who spoke about where they have the frontage of their premises, then you have the footpath, then you have the parklet, of course, which is taking the car park. So do you agree, or do you not agree, or do you have comment on whether that is actually a problem, they having the footpath between them? So, like, does that impede pedestrians walking through when they
No, all of our parklets have footpath in between the store and the parklet.
No?
Yep.
So do you think that the submission yesterday was actually not relevant?
I'm not sure what submission you're referring to, Councillor.
They were talking about the fact that there's a footpath there, and so when anyone takes a drink out to someone sitting in the parklet, they need to walk across the footpath. Do you consider that to be an issue?
Practical perspective, I don't think so. And like I just said, if you can actually take some of that outdoor furniture and put it into a parklet, you actually clear the footpath. So there's more space for pedestrians, which would make it, logically, it would make it easier for waiting staff to actually be able to get across the footpath. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Thanks for the great work. Love it.
All my own work.
The work on this policy. So the cap. So it doesn't mean we're going to get those 50. It's just So okay. So just to give reassurance, and presumably these can be seen as a climate resilience move too. Like if you put a park in, getting more trees in.
Oh yes, definitely. It aligns with the Green Network Plan.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And now the other thing which drives me nuts is the cost foregone in terms of the parking revenue. Do you have any sort of sense of how much benefit you get from all these parklets every time you put one in?
Benefit in what respect?
In terms of, so you lose the revenue. You get a little bit from the business, but it's the wider benefits.
So I think the first thing to point out is I don't think that people come into town, find that there's a parklet in a car park and so go home. I think they'll find a park somewhere else. So I think you're still getting the revenue from the person who's come into town. What we do know from experience, and we've put some of that evidence in the paper, is that parklets are an attraction, more likely to bring people in. I mean, the benefits to the business, they're spending a not insignificant amount of money for a hospitality business on the kit to actually put into this parklet. So clearly they wouldn't be doing that if they didn't see the benefit of doing it. So I think the mere fact that we have a number of businesses coming to us shows that they see the benefit. And in terms of our desire to assist hospitality, particularly in these very difficult times for them, I think that the fact they're still coming to us speaks volumes.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, look, I have a lot of sympathy for the parklets, especially given all the economic conditions we keep coming back to today. But I guess, do we have any data that shows when we do put a parklet in that, because it's the cost we charge is recouped by 40 hours, that the parks in those streets that are otherwise there are seeing a higher utilisation? Because you'd think that would be the logical, that you might go from 56 to 57% utilisation in neighbouring parks. But do we have that granular data at this stage?
I'm not sure, Vida, do we have data at that level?
No, we haven't been able to attain it, and as we've shifted to the area-based charging for our parking fees, we're now seeing it at a wider level than when we used to have the individual bays where it was easier for us to get that data, but we are looking into ways we can monitor that.
Thank you.
No other questions. We've got one more question.
Yeah, kia ora Moana. Just noting the 32,000 private and public parking spaces available in the city, just on the Q&A last night. And obviously there's a perception that people need to park on street. Just in terms of our transport strategy, have we got a plan to promote or at least make better known where the private parking spaces are?
It's a good point. There is a lot of off-street parking in the city. Vida, do we, or Liam? I'm not sure what specific plan for wayfinding for car parking buildings, but they're pretty obvious, I would have thought.
I think the only.
I mean, I walk around the city a lot and I notice them a lot.
That's right. I think, Invita, you'd probably back me here. The brief we're pulling together for the Wellington City Transport Plan covers the private resources that are out there in the city relating to off-street parking. So in that audit, if you like, we're going to be able to tell and plan appropriately for future private parking potentially, or demonstrate that we've got plenty.
That's exactly the answer I was after. Thank you.
Do you think it'll be fair or to worth considering the difference, charging the difference between what we charge now for outdoor dining, and I'm not quite sure what that is, and what some people were saying is the value of that car park if it continues to be used as car park? And we've heard figures like 17,000. So, but what do you think about narrowing that gap? Is it feasible?
It is. There'd be a point at which it would no longer be economic for the businesses to do the parklet if that cost was prohibitively high. Like I said, it is essentially a form of outdoor dining. The difference is it does come with a potential loss of parking revenue, but with the parking occupancy that we have, we think those people are still parking and still paying for parking. So it's not as simple as just saying you put a parklet in and you definitely lose that amount of revenue. But as I said, we are looking at what we're charging for parklets, and if the decision today is that Council wants to continue with this program, we'll be coming back to you within the annual plan with some options around what we think might be appropriate for charging.
Great, thank you. That looks like all of the questions. So I think now we've got Councillor Rogers who wants to move the motion.
Yes, councillors, I am very happy to move this motion. In doing so, I would encourage all of you to think about not only what the city looks like today, but also what we want the city to look like in the future. We do know through many of the changes we've made in our district plan, we will be bringing thousands more people into the central city. Those people will be living without cars. They will be readily looking for places to go and eat, to enjoy something to drink, to socialise together. And we know that with the lack of greenfield space that we have in Wellington, we're not really ready to just put up a brand new Waitangi Park in the centre of Courtney Place. What we can do, however, is look at some of the spaces that we do have available in the central city, particularly spaces that have an incredibly low utilisation for any resource. I would consider that a 50% occupancy, a maximum occupancy of 56%, suggests that it is a waste of space to dedicate it all to this car parking. Why are people not using our car parking? What if we could instead provide space for people who already live in the city, who do not have to commute to the city, to just walk outside of their door and outside enjoy a beverage or something to eat in the comfort of a parklet? And I think this is exactly what this policy is looking to address. I am aware that some of the colleagues have looked at the numbers in this paper, and they have some cause for concern. They are of the belief that each parklet contributes to a loss in revenue for the city. But I guess what I would encourage you to think about is you are in a car, you are going down, let's say, top of Cuba Street, 25 parks, an occupancy of 56%. You see that of those 25 parks, about 12 of them are free. But we install a parklet there. There are now 10 free. Do you see those 10 free spaces and decide, actually, screw that, I am not going to park in the central city, I'm going to go somewhere else? I think that argument is entirely implausible. I certainly, if I was driving a car, would park if it was one further park away. And even we have heard from officers this morning that they do consider the other amenity to other businesses. They do consider how many they're putting on a single street, how it impacts other businesses, as well as the business that is asking for this parklet. So really do think about what kind of fantastic city we could create where people aren't dining just inside, but are also dining outside. One that supports the incredible number of people that are going to move to the inner city and would really appreciate an amenity like this, would support our businesses in a very difficult economic time, and would really contribute to the overall vision that we've worked so hard for.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor Foon. And you could also speak if you wish.
I love killing two birds with one stone. Sorry, yeah, not the birds.
Two cats.
Kia ora. I'll keep it brief. Like, I just wanted to acknowledge Alex Castles for coming in and speaking this morning. I think he described the business owner's experience really well, and the vibrancy that the parklets are bringing to the city. And I think, you know, my experience in retail was that we do anything to bring energy, because energy breeds energy, and that's what these parklets and the energy that they attract are doing for businesses. So I think it is ironic that we put these parklets in as a solution for businesses over COVID, but now there was money around when COVID was happening, and now there is no money, and now we're saying let's take them away, or some of the suggestion is to take them away. And I just can't see what benefit that would bring to the city at all. So for me, that this is 0.3% of our total parking spaces in the city, according to the Q&A last night, is ridiculous that we might quiver over this. So I do urge you to support the parklets, especially coming up to summer, where lots of people are really looking forward to creating that exciting place to live and work that Alex Castles spoke about today.
Thank you. Now, there is an amendment, I think, which I have put up, so I shall just talk to my amendment. And the reason I put up this amendment, which is effectively to create a moratorium on the existing arrangement for another 12 months, and to send management away to do some further research, is that it's the lovely image that 44% of empty car parks are constantly available on any street, and that in any street with 100 car parks at any time, there'll always be 44 empty ones, is of course completely misrepresents the facts. I mean, the reality is that there are some areas of Wellington where there is very little parking, and there are other areas where there are lots of parking. And if you happen to take away a car park in, let's say, Dixon Street as an example, you do create a significant problem. And prior to my being elected, one of the shop owners in Dixon Street came to me and talked about the loss of car parking in his street and the very significant impact it was having on his business. So I definitely take that on board, that I think we have sent a lot of messages to people who drive into the city, many of whom drive from outside of Wellington and don't have the privilege of living in a city and walking around or whatnot. I think that we're sending people a message that we don't regard their ability to be able to get into the city and access its hospitality and shops and whatnot as inconsequential, and I think it is quite consequential. So I would like us to put a moratorium on the policy for 12 months. I'm not in any way backing off of the policy. As you'll see, the amendment still leaves a complement for management for the policy as it is so far. But I would like further research done as to, coming to Councillor Chung's point, about the revenue that we could actually generate out of these parklets, which at the moment is negligible. I would like to know more about the granularity in terms of areas where they're going and whether the effect locally in terms of loss of car parking is consequential. And of course, at the end of the day, this policy is notionally anyhow costing the city $850,000 being the average revenue per car park. I realise that it may well be that those cars are actually parking somewhere else, in which case it's having no effect at all, but we don't actually know. So I feel like we should learn those things before we progress the policy beyond the 14 we have now and the 2 that have already been agreed. So that is why I would like us to have this amendment, which is to endorse the policy, but to ask for a moratorium and further research before we roll out any further properties. So, what was the question? Sure.
I'm just not clear that officers will know what they're supposed to do. What does further analysis actually mean? You kind of know what the issue is.
Well, they obviously, I mean, presumably they can go back and read the transcript of what I've just said. But at the end of the day, it's up for them to actually do analysis and come back and within 12 months. Otherwise, presumably, a council in 12 months from now could extend the moratorium again if they felt that it was unjustified. I remember that we're not doing the research in some sort of aimless with no objective in mind, if it turned out that in fact the research indicated that the parklets policy should, for instance, be focused on areas where there is ample car parking, then there would have to be a change to the policy. So I did think about, and I think I spoke with Councillor Calvert about this, about whether the analysis should be more specific and targeted. But from talking to management, I think a more general, just go off and do some more research was an appropriate instruction for them. Eddie? Have you got a second? I have got a go. So I've got a seconder. Do you want to speak, Councillor Young?
Yeah, look, quickly, I actually want all the same information that you do, Councillor Brown, but the way that the amendment's worded makes that a little bit difficult because I want that information, but not to keep the cap in place. So I can't see that if 7 can stand up independently of 6, and I guess there's that bit of a lack of specificity. But yeah, we do need to have a better idea on revenue and those implications. And I think the one reality we have to accept is there's a perception problem that there's nowhere to park in the city. Now, when you look at the numbers, I think that I refute that substantively. I mean, this table's out of date already given the Q&A, but we had this about a year ago, 3,600 car parks that were council, either on street or off street, 10,520 that are private available to the public, and then there's also private not available. So council has always played a minority role in the car parking provision within our CBD. But however, that's not what the perception is, and sometimes perceptions become reality. And I'm sure there are people through the narrative that's established that do avoid coming into town because they have seen this develop. So I want that more specific data, but I can't actually see how I can achieve it without as just number 7 standalone. Anyway.
Councillor Chung.
I think there's always people who come, so that's sort of implying that there are parks available everywhere. But of course, we also hear the opposite point of view that that people aren't coming in. I've heard people say, "Look, I went to the ballet at St James, and so, but I came down and I couldn't find a car park. Then I was worried that I was going to get a ticket, if I didn't have enough money in there by the time it finished." So I think there are always going to be opposing views, and so. I've spoken to many people about these parklets as well, and including businesses in Cooper Street, and there are two different views. Once, when I was talking to a business, he was saying that, I think that they're really good because, of course, we get people sitting out there, maybe not in bad weather, but we get people sitting out there. Then, right at that very same place, a customer said, "Oh no, but I don't like them because they're just full of rubbish. The wind blows all the rubbish in there and they look really untidy, and so I don't like them." So here in the same store were two opposing views, and so I think that we're going to get this. So I think that these amendments are actually very, very good. They're right on target, and. Agreeing with Councillor Young that I think that Councillor Brown has actually put some good amendments up perhaps for the first time. Thank you.
Before I pass out, Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, well, I'm of a different view. Normally, I think Councillor Brown is quite sensible, but today he seems to have lost the plot. And I guess, when we talk about the further analysis, I'm happy to have some more granular information about where the car parks are used. However, we've already heard that our staff look at the placement of these parklets to ensure that they are spread out and that there are places for people to park. And I guess, sort of thinking about this amendment, for me, I'm like, this is why we can't have nice things. And actually, what we have in Wellington, we do have, and that conversation about the perception versus the reality, there are many options of places if you want to drive into town where either off street or on street you can park your car. What there are not is many places where you can have a nice drink or something to eat outside. And this is a very small allocation of the total number of car parks, but actually have a great benefit for the liveliness and vibe of the city. And I recently visited another city, which I won't name because I'm about to be mean about it, but where you sort of felt like you were walking long distances because there was nothing there and no people. And whereas one of the nice things about Wellington is to walk around and get the sense that there are people around. And what the parklets do, and to not only the businesses that have them, but the surrounding businesses, is give that vibe, give you interest, make you sort of think, oh, that person, look, they're having a nice Aperol spritz in the sun, I'm going to do the same, or whatever it is, brunch or whatever. And I think that, we've had a lot of conversations about how we should focus on big issues rather than small. And I suspect one of the shortest items in this meeting will ironically be the most money, which will be the Tēnako decision. And this one is not, it doesn't actually, and the officer advice is it doesn't represent much lost revenue, but what it gives us is greater benefit. And I look forward to, I really hope these amendments lose, Councillor Brown, and I really hope that I have an opportunity maybe to buy you a drink in the parklet outside Puffin or one of the new ones and celebrate your failure.
I think is this a conflict of interest declaration? Bribery and a conflict of interest. Has anybody got anything else to say? Oh no.
Right. Yeah. So it's been mean to Councillor Brown Day. Because, Councillor Brown, I'm glad you mentioned your pre-life council, because you may also remember that one time we had a conversation. I said, why did you buy an oil company? And you went like this. And I'm like, yeah, so the fact that this amendment is coming here is no surprise. This is what I would never say this about people, but I say this about economic systems, and your economic system is crazy. Essentially, we're saying instead of making it beautiful, we've got to bring cars which cause climate change into the city. We get money from the bad things, so parking and waste. That is a terrible economic model, and you have slipped right into it without any sort of understanding. My colleagues' comments have been excellent. The benefits are huge from becoming a city of cars, or a city of people and nature. Our car culture is completely out of control, and, walking and taking the bus, it's not the loser cruiser. It's one of the best inventions of humanity. Is fantastic. And look, that too. As the officers confirmed, huge resilience benefits. We're talking about a very, very small number of parks. Councillor Rogers, I'd just correct you that there is an amendment on to create a new inner city park if the Whale Malai goes ahead, and I will be pursuing that vigorously. That was my amendment. I consider this amendment poorly worded and a waste of time and money. We should be doing things that create value for the city rather than councillors having random bits of work come which aren't very good.
Councillor Young, your turn.
Well, I've got a bit of a problem here. Yes, I'm seconding this, and I do support it. However, Perry Aspros, public participator sitting at the back, has just pointed out that this is the parklets are very good for dog owners. And I'm not a dog owner, I'm not. But I'm dog adjacent, and it's a very big dog, and I don't really like it taking it into cafes because he is 35 kilos, and that's a bit frightening for little people. And also, I know Councillor Brown has a dog of exactly the same age, but a slightly different size. However, I'm here to represent Wellingtonians, not Wellington dogs. So I'll be voting to support and happily second Councillor Brown. I must say, I am very concerned about the retailers on Dixon Street. It's a street I use a lot, obviously, because I live in Mount Victoria and I come to council. And I know two retailers there. One of them, their turnover is down 50% because it's a business where people pop in, drop stuff off and go off to work, that kind of thing, and they can't get a park, and they are not going to that shop anymore. And the other one is a similar kind of business. So anyway, I am very happy to support Councillor Brown and hope others do too.
Thank you. Shall we vote on this amendment? Division. Do you want to vote 1 and 2, or should we vote them together? Together? Together?
Can you be crystal clear about what we're voting for, please?
We're voting, Sarah, we're voting for both of them. So that
6 and 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It with us, so that is. There you go. So now we. Well, I know there's at least there's a consolation. So now we go back onto the main menu. Does anyone want to talk about it if we finish talking? If we can vote. We do, okay, vote. Can we vote on now on the?
We've got debate on the
so on the substantive. Is there any reason why we should separate it out, or should we just vote?
We haven't done. Oh, no one wants to debate. Okay.
No. Okay, so we're okay just to vote on the whole. Okay, that is passed. Right, now we... No, let's just do, because this will be quick, I imagine.
No.
Won't be?
Just a plan.
No, we're talking about the Tanaka. Do Tanaka, that'll break.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. But he's got to build the parklet before you... Thank you. So we have James Roberts and Fars who are here to explain to us why we should do some earthquake strengthening.
Kia ora, everybody. Hope you're having a great day. The purpose of this paper is to proceed with a preferred option for the strengthening of the Tanako basement, which is the area in the middle of the square. Underneath there's a car park and various bits of facility, etc. On top is where people tend to gather and use the bit of AstroTurf that's there at the moment and get their entrance into the city gallery, etc. So that's kind of the top of the square, that area there. The basement is it's a key element of Tanako Civic Square, and it basically supports the operation of Te Matapihi, the town hall, and also the new whatever's built on the cab mob site. So it provides loading docks, houses the building services, provides fire egress for the town hall, car parking and storage space. So it's really quite a crucial element of the entire Civic Square. Given the importance of the buildings that we've got going on and the projects going on around Tanako, which are moving at pace and are all green in their status and hopefully will in fact get finished sooner than we thought, it's really important for us now to get on and finish the strengthening of the basement and to reinstate the plaza so that when the library and the city gallery are open, the town hall's opened, it'll be a nice space again. The proposed solution that we've got, we looked at a number of different schemes, as you can see in the paper. There are different ways of approaching this. Some are a lot more expensive than others. The recommended solution is to strengthen to 35% MBS, which addresses the life safety risk and ensures we can operate it. It's cost effective given the other cost pressures that we've got. And when it's complete, it will mean the square is able to accommodate additional crowd capacity than what was the case before, making it a more flexible space for the future. If there are any questions on the paper, we're happy to take those.
Thank you. Councillor Wadera.
Yeah, one thing that caught my eye last night, not that I just read it last night, it says the allocation that we are taking from is a total of 65 mil and we're only using 26. What happens to the rest of it?
Kia ora, councillors. The rest of it is for the bridge.
Councillor Panowitz.
Just, there seems to be, well, there's 4 options. One's do nothing, so it's nothing. 4 is 100%, and there's 235s. There's nothing sort of in between. I mean, if I wanted to go to a bank to borrow some money against a building, I'd have to be 70. Why do we sit at 34 and not look at a midpoint of 70?
We have considered that option, and at the earlier stages of design, we found that the cost of the 64 or 70% will be equal to the cost of 100%, because the 70% requires ground improvement, and most of the cost of the 100% comes from the ground improvement. So in these kind of scenarios, if you want to reduce the amount of damage to the structure, you go to the higher kind of percentage of the MBS. However, here in this case, considering the basement is not going to be occupied similar to the town hall or the Te Matapihi, there is no point, or there is actually not much benefit of spending that amount of money on the strengthening to that level.
So if we wanted to in the future go to 100%, could we do that?
Absolutely.
Councillor Pennant.
I'm just following on from that. I mean, why wouldn't we do that? This is just our trajectory. We have tried to strengthen our buildings to a higher standard because we know we're probably going to have to anyway because the standards change over time.
It's really to do with the financial constraints primarily. From a life safety perspective, we're okay with the solution we've recommended. So there's no real clear additional benefit of
so there's not many people going to be going down there, except for the car parking or the.
It's used relatively sparingly compared to, say, for example.
Sorry, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to just come out like that. Sorry, not with people in the cars. That would be terrible.
It's used relatively sparingly compared to, say, for example, Te Matapihi. So yes.
So, thank you. So, one of the delights of the car park was always the fact that you could smell the sea, so that you knew you were in a harbour city. Will we still be able to smell the sea when it's been strengthened?
Yes.
So, does that mean it's not going to be tanked?
Correct. We're not tanking the basement.
Is that because of cost?
Yes.
And just with the difference between steel and concrete, a huge difference in cost, but they come up with the same degree of seismic, whatever you call it, 35%. So why would they have the same? I mean, I don't want an engineer's reply, but I mean, why would they? I would have thought that steel was far better than hollow core retrofit.
The difference is actually in the methodology of the construction. So for the strengthening from the below, that requires a lot of removal of the building services and then replacing and relocating some of those building services, while if doing it from the above is also faster, and also we can use basically helical catch angles to hold the helical floor. So it's not necessarily the difference between the concrete and steel, is the difference of the cost is within the methodology of construction.
Okay, thank you. And so one last question. One of the problems we've had before with the basement was that all the buildings were had all the wiring and things shared in the basement. I mean, I can't remember what the technical term is. Yeah, thank you. So is that going to be the same, or is it going to be? Will they be standalone?
So some of the building services are already separated. Some of them would stay the same, and also this is the cost saving that we have considered, that we don't need to relocate some of those building services, but some of them are already separated through another project in the previous years, part of the Te Matapihi project.
So we're not kind of locking in a system that hasn't worked in the past?
No.
Good, thank you.
That looks like all the questions.
No.
Councillor
I've got one.
Yep, sorry.
Thank you. I'm just wanting to know, is it still going to be used for car parking, obviously services? If we strengthen it to 35%, what purposes does that enable for the actual space underneath?
So all the functions of that basement is for the traffic connections of the Te Matapihi, the library, so the traffic can go through the Te Matapihi basement and then exit through the other basement. The other one is storage for NZSO, building services, and car parking. There's number of car parks there, and also the transformer. There is a transformer there. So there's number of car parks there. Currently, they're not allocated to a specific building, i.e. they are public car parks. However, that can be part of the discussion that we have with precinct properties in terms of their need of car parks, because if the precinct properties decide to build a car park for their building, that can cause other problems for us. So it become part of that negotiation process. What do we do with those car parks? But currently, as it stands, it will be number of car parks for the public use.
Whereas if we took the demolish option, there wouldn't be anything. We'd have to find, would we have to actually find another place for the transformers and all of the services and some of the other design?
Yes, we would. Also, we wouldn't be able to deliver books to the library and concert performance equipment into the town hall.
So it seems that demolishing is quite problematic, really.
Correct.
And costly.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks. Just a question on what you mentioned about the proposed development for precinct properties. Did you say that if they choose to put underground parking in there, then how would this affect this basement area?
So if precinct properties, I mean, again, this is a live negotiation, but if hypothetically precinct properties decide to build an underground car park for their building, they can cause traffic issues on Wakefield Street because they need an entrance to that car park, or they need to enter from our car park. However, if, for instance, they lease back some of our car park and they don't need to build a car park, then we remove a problem from them, but also remove some of problems that it will cause for the wider precinct.
I see. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It looks like all the questions. So I think now Mayor Whanau would like to actually move the motion.
Very happy to move this and support not only this but the wider Te Ngākau project. It's going to play a huge part in activating our city and bringing the heart of our city back to life. So I really want to thank officers for working through this. It's great to be presented with an option within budget, and I know you've worked really hard to trim the costs, which is really important in this current time. We're on track to open 2026. This is very exciting. Well done, everyone. Please support this paper.
Who's seconding this? Pawiwi Kelly. Would you like to speak, or does anybody wish to speak? Looks like everyone's
Yeah, so really quickly, I'm not going to support this. Sorry, me whānau. But I just years and years of experience of we do a project and then we have to redo it again. I think we should, as much as it will hurt, have to spend the money to do it properly.
Okay, shall we vote? Shall we vote on this, please?
Could we see the recommendations, please, and know what we're voting? Are we voting for everything?
It's the whole package, Sarah.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
On it too, just.
Thank you.
And Tim, it's quite helpful if you can say the numbers, because just for those of us online.
15-1.
Thank you.
I think we're going to have an afternoon tea break now. Is the plan for 5 minutes? Yeah, 5 minutes, and then we're going to go back. Doindam. Sorry about that, Michael. Doindam. I know, yeah. Okay, well, we'll go to Michael and Sean. Right, the floor is yours.
Very good. Councillors, before you is a paper to prioritise items for the forward program of the Strategic Planning Business Unit, particularly dealing with the District Plan and Spatial Plan. Given we briefed you on this matter on Tuesday, we'll take the paper as read, but I would like to acknowledge the involvement of two community groups in the production of the paper, particularly the Greater Brooklyn Residents Association and the committee of the Brooklyn Community Centre, represented by Mr. Aspros behind me. The Community Centre committee have been very proactive in working with us to bring forward the recommendation that's in the paper before you. And I would also like to commend them for the extensive research they have done, including producing letters from Prime Minister Peter Fraser and, frankly, former Prime Minister Peter Fraser. Thank you, Councillor Young.
During the Second World War.
And speaking to the long devotion they've had for that site. The other community group we would acknowledge is the people of the Kilburnie Mosque, who have both educated us in the practice of Islam and also helped enlighten us as to what requirements they were asking for the call to prayer, which has led to the noting recommendation before you. If the Chair consents, we would move to questions.
Have we got any questions? I can't believe this.
I am bringing an amendment, which I hope that Tiana's under control. It's new number 10.
Just before we move on to that, I have got one question, which is to do with the view shaft issue that was raised this morning. Do you have any comments about that?
Yes, so we have recommended that if the council wishes to examine view shafts, that be done by an amendment to the paper and as a separate plan change. The reason we have done this is because, firstly, it is the mechanism itself of view shafts, which is encompassed in the entire chapter, that sits behind some of the issues identified by the AHP. The second would be a change in the policy you notified in the district plan. So as it stands, the view shaft matters quite clearly only apply to buildings built within the central city zone. They do not apply to the residential zones around the central city. What you are being asked for is to apply those provisions to those residential zones, which would make them a qualifying matter under the NPSUD, and also depart from the position that you took when you notified the district plan.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews.
So what would the impact be of a change to view shafts, as kind of outlined by the submitter today, on the capacity to build housing in the suburbs?
If you were to confine changes to the rules to only those two view shafts, you would effectively impose a lower height limit over that part of Thorndon. If you were not to restrict changes to the rules to those two view shafts, you would restrict height limits more generally in the areas around the central city, particularly with the view shafts that terminate towards Mount Victoria.
Do you have any sense of what that would do to the capacity that we've enabled in the district plan?
We haven't computed the impact into numbers of units as yet.
Yeah, I guess the submitter's concern was that until we come to the view shafts chapter, development could happen in that pocket that impeded the view shaft. Is there anything or any resource consents you're aware of that are currently on the books that would have sort of the impacts as they visualised?
None that I am aware of.
Pauiwi Kelly.
If you could just clarify, I understood what he was saying, that it was further back where he was talking about the impact of 9 stories, not we all talking about. or can you just clarify what?
Yeah, so the impact that was looked for is behind Parliament there is some central city zone land that would be controlled by the view shaft as it stands. What isn't controlled by the view shaft at present is the residential land that sits behind that, so the land more towards the top of Hill Street and Tinakori Road. And so what they're asking for is to extend the effect of that view shaft across that land.
Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
When we're looking at view shafts, how many places are actually considered to be, I guess, sacrosanct in what you can actually see? You know, for example, this morning's submission was talking about the view of the beehive and past that, the hills behind that. So can you actually also apply the same rule for anything? Like you can say that there's a view shaft looking at the harbour, for example, so you shouldn't build a building that can block off the harbour. And I've heard, and I've need to substantiate, but is it correct that there's a view shaft from the Carillion to the harbour, so that you can't block anything when you're standing at the Carillion, so that you can't see the view of the harbour? So is it up to interpretation, or up to what are the rules for what do you want to not block off?
So there are differences between views and view shafts. View shafts are defined views from a particular point to another point, and they look a little bit like cones going outwards. They are all contained in the fifth schedule. In the fifth schedule to the district plan, and you'll see there's a map and a whole series of photographs that define each view shaft. In the past, there has been a view shaft through Te Aro from the Carillion down to the harbour. I believe that was removed by the IHP. Is that correct, or was it removed during notification? Yes, I think it was removed probably last year during notification of the plan.
Councillor Wadera.
Hello, is this a good time for noise-related questions?
You determine that.
All right, I've decided it's a good time for noise-related questions. This is a compliance question. So if there is a complaint, I just want to get this 100% clear for the record. If there's a complaint from a member of the public, say living 2 blocks away from Valhalla, that they're playing the electric guitars too loudly, and a compliance officer is sent out to do his or her subjective assessment, where is that assessment done? Is that done at Valhalla, or is that done at the residence 2 blocks away?
I have here Mr. Borich from our enforcement team to clarify this very issue. Mr. Borich.
Assessment is done representative of the noise complainant, so we have to understand the effects on the noise complainant. So it won't be at Valhalla, it'll be from where the complaint is received.
And that's the reasonableness test required under the RMA? Is that?
So you got under the RMA, there's a variety of noise control rules. There's section 16, which is a reasonable test, but that's the excessive noise provisions where you do a subjective assessment. But we don't rely on that to control, noise emanating from bars. We rely on the measurements. But we have to investigate each complaint. But if there's an ongoing issue, we'll go and take sound measurements, compare it to from the complainant's property, from their actual bedroom or lounge room. And then we'll look at the noise level and compare it to the district plan limit. And then we'll go and talk to the bar owner, if it doesn't comply, we'll give them adequate time and seek voluntary compliance. And if it's not, then we would serve an abatement notice and require compliance. But the actual noise limit is a balance, acknowledging that if the venues or the bar owners, if they take reasonable mitigation measures, they can easily comply with it. And then also acknowledging that the apartments need to be sound insulated. And if the bars are complying and the apartments are sound insulated, you'll get an adequate residential amenity in the apartments.
Okay, so under which authority is that like 72-hour abatement notices issued? Is that the RMA or the district plan?
That's under the RMA, and that's under section 326, excessive noise, and that's that subjective analysis. And I'm very aware that that's the sensitivity around this with the bars and the venues. What we do is we train our excessive noise contractors really well. They go out there, and they will only serve a notice or talk to them if it's very loud, exceptionally loud, like noticeably louder than all the other bars, etc. And that they've gone into the complainant's place, and even with a sound insulation, they'll know they can't get to sleep or something like that. So what they do then is they'll talk to the bar, and if they have to, they'll serve a noise direction notice. But when you look at the stats in 2023, there were 117 complaints against bars and venues in the central area, and that led to 22 noise direction notices. And for the last 6 months, there was 30 complaints against bars and venues in the central area, and that led to 1 noise notice served. Now, if the bar doesn't comply with the noise notice, they've got directions that they just have to ring an on-call council officer. There's no seizure or anything taken further. What will happen is the on-call officer will ring the bar or the venue the next week, and then say we've got these complaints, and initially try to initiate working with them and seeing what the issue is.
Okay, so sorry, last question. So is it correct to say that that kind of hard enforcement of the abatement notice only occurs after actual metering at a residence, based on?
So noise direction notice is subjective, can be served after a subjective analysis.
Okay.
But an abatement notice is separate to the noise direction notice.
Okay.
The abatement notice is if we take sound measurements, we'll issue an abatement notice. It's not punitive. An abatement notice would give directions like saying, about how to comply, like keep your doors closed or don't play amplified music in your garden bar or something like that. So just looking at the latest issues that we've had, they're mainly from about four or five venues. 3 of them was having loud music outside and in their garden bar, and the others were, just not really looking at, not putting in proper management controls. So to get their alcohol licence, all these places have a noise management plan, and they've got adequate controls, and the bars should be adequately sound insulated, so they can comply quite readily.
Okay, thank you.
Pauiwi Hohaya.
Yeah, just back to the view shaft, impact on view shaft thing. Just checking, the independent panel would surely have considered the impact on view shafts of those changes?
The independent panel was more concerned with the ambiguity that was created between a context element and a focal element within the view shaft itself. So effectively, if you read the view shaft chapter in isolation, there are some questions in the operation of the rules that question whether the thing you're looking at and then the context element, which is what sits behind it, are all protected, or whether it is just the thing in front. And that by inference then calls into question whether the view shaft should protect the residential area or not. Okay. I would note that view shafts as a planning tool tend to be subject to these areas of ambiguity.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Paddock.
Matthew, sorry, I just had a technical question about the noise. Because so you're saying if it's, I think, was it 30, if you sound insulate to 30 decibels, I think it was?
DNTW plus CTR 30. So it basically means in the facade there's a 30 decibel difference from the noise outside to the noise inside. That's what it means.
Okay, so if you've got a baby, you're trying to get them to sleep, they will be able to sleep through, a bar making and having a big concert.
So when we looked at this setting the noise, district plan noise limit, this is quite a few years ago, we got all the acoustic engineers together, we got a lot of bar owners were invited into this forum we had. So the 60 decibels is sort of the upper limit for a mixed use area, and then the sound insulation is set so that if they're playing up to the 60 decibels, there'll be 30 decibels inside, and under the World Health Organisation, 30 decibels is adequate for sleep. That's the amenity we're looking at.
Okay, that's cool. And then, sorry, the thing I didn't understand too, the insulation requirements are above the Building Act.
They're above the Building
Are we
Act.
allowed to do that? I thought there might have been ultra vires.
No, you can set them above the Building Act. So the Building Act, a standard construction, will give you about 20 to 25 decibel difference from outside to inside. So what happens with the 30 is that they have to have thicker glazing elements, double jib and that sort of thing, but they can still have a light construction so it doesn't put the cost of apartments up. But if you go to 35, now you've got very heavy glazing, or you've got design constraints which will affect amenity, and you may have to go to like concrete panel walls or something to hold up this very thick glazing, or you go for very tiny little windows and no decks and no sliding doors, etc. So 30's the sort of sweet spot.
Okay, and then Sean, sorry.
No, sorry. To be honest, I think we're getting way too granular. I mean,
Can I ask another question?
No, you can come back to you. It's Councillor Chung.
Noise. If you decide to buy a house in the airport, around the airport, there's a envelope around there which states that they have to be insulated from a certain amount of noise. So is there a similar rule with the CBD when you're looking at bars? Like, for example, if you choose to live in an apartment in Courtney Place, is there that same envelope that the noise level has to be within a certain level?
That's the whole of the central area.
Yeah.
Is the envelope.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
The whole of the central area has got the very similar insulation requirements of apartments as living next to the airport has.
Oh, I see. Okay, great.
Councillor McNulty.
Two quick ones. Just 60 dB in the venue is what we're measuring?
Oh, 60 decibels at the nearest activity or the nearest residential apartment, etc.
Okay, because I've just
within there, and that 60 decibels is a dBA.
Yeah.
So we haven't put in a control on the low frequency, which is very important to the bars and venues. Yeah. So that's if they meet 60 decibels dBA, might mean they're up 75 or 80 decibels in the lower frequency. That boom boom bass.
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking at a table here of decibel levels saying 60 is, conversation in a restaurant, background music. Is that a fair summation of what you would take 60 dB?
You can get that 60 decibel. That is basically correct.
Yeah.
But you've got to remember it's a dBA, so
it's the pressure as well.
It doesn't really take into dBA doesn't really take into account the low frequency sound limit. So at 63 and 125 hertz, it doesn't really take into account. So those low frequencies can be way higher than the 60. So what happens in a venue or bar, it's a low frequency that'll go through the walls. It's got very long sound waves. That'll go through the wall, and that's what we're trying to control here.
Yep.
But that's at a higher level, and that's why music with low frequency sound sounds completely different than speech.
Yep. Cool. And the second thing, I just wanted to clarify. So I was talking to a developer last night. They said, once you open a window of the apartment block, any and all noise protections go out the window, for lack of better analogy. So when our noise control officers, if they were to come into a premises, are they going to ensure that that person has shut up doors and windows and then take a measurement? Is that something reasonable that we would expect?
They get that training. We train them all the time. And we also, like on my team, we've got an acoustic engineer, and we go out and audit them. We go with them sometimes and make sure they're getting this correct.
So that 30 dB must be once they've used or built-in noise protections within their building, essentially, like within their living
So
space.
the 30 dB inside-outside requirement is basically telling them to beef up the facade, beef up the thicker glazing, thicker walls.
No, thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I think this might be a question for Sean. I had seen somewhere circulating some numbers around if we took the noise zones, particularly around the insulation requirements, and extended them, that would lead to increased cost of development between 5 and 15% at a lowball guess.
Yes, that is correct, and the advice we've provided.
Cool, thanks.
Councillor Young.
Actually, no, really for Matthew, just thinking about the inner city envelope being like the airport envelope, and apartments have to be built to the same specification as blah blah. But that can't be retrospective. So there must be some old apartments that. I'm just thinking, for example, about the ones above Small Acorns on the corner of Blair and Wakefield Street, huge glass windows, and I think almost impossible to double glaze. We've had real issues with them. So there's nothing. I mean, it's just basically, if you've moved in there and suddenly you get a change, it's just kind of, well, you might just want to move because they can't double glaze.
That's right. There are existing apartments. There's a smaller percentage of the apartments now that are uninsulated. We know what they are.
But they do too.
And initially, we used to get a lot of. They made up for a high percentage of the complaints. But we're very careful that just if you're in an insulated apartment, you're not afforded any more protection than other people. We're very cognizant of the balance between the bars and venues are there. It's a mixed-use area. The bars and venues are there to operate, and they must be able to operate. And the apartments, need that level of amenity. But if you're in an uninsulated apartment, we take that into account. You don't get any additional protection. So we would quickly go and measure the sound there to make sure, and if it's a 60 and they're still complaining, and even if it's quite loud in their bedroom or their lounge room, we give a direction to our noise control that we've measured it. This is okay at this apartment. They're complaining, but they're uninsulated. We don't follow up with we would go and talk to the residents and would say, we can't take that any further.
You do a great job, by the way, because you handle a lot of quite difficult situations, and so just as an inner city council, I'd just like to say thank you for that. Just a supplementary.
No, sorry. I think, look, we're really running out of time. There are a number of people who actually have to leave at 3 o'clock. So can we finish the Q&A and move into debate, if that's all right?
If you don't mind, Tim, I've got a question regarding my amendment.
We've got a question regarding Sarah's amendment.
Yeah. So my question is and it is to Sean. So you've suggested an amendment that the officers progress a review of the view shafts chapter to inform the committee on the scope and content of an omnibus plan change. Is this basically work you would have done anyway, but my amendment would mean that you would bring it forward so that it can be considered a little earlier than otherwise?
Yes, that would be the effect of that amendment. The thing we do have to be careful of is the control of costs. Firstly, through essentially the more work that is done beyond the capacity of the team, the more cost is incurred. Second thing we have to be careful of is the architecture of the plan change itself. If we look into these two view shafts that have been put before you, it is likely through submissions that people will wish to look at others as well. And so we do have to be a little bit careful to understand the effort and cost that will create.
So you're suggesting a more comprehensive review, not just of the two that have been identified by the submitter this morning, but a more comprehensive review, but brought forward in time slightly to enable them to be considered earlier than in a separate piece of work.
So what we have advised you in the paper is that if you are to look at view shafts, it is best done as a standalone chapter review of the district plan. It is your desire to bring that forward in time.
If this didn't pass, when would you be considering them, the view shafts?
We would be putting together. We would be putting together the program for the sort of 27, 28 year. So it'll probably be done and then, about then.
So, okay, thank you.
Right, so now Councillor Matthews will put the motion.
Yes, I just want to thank the team for the work that has gone into this paper. Really, it's about sort of cleaning up all of the sort of amendments that we've made and kind of keeping us up to date with where they all stand. You know, the overall direction is obviously, you know, on the first part of this process had been set by our decisions in March. So those issues that are covered, you know, Te Ao Māori chapter, the Brooklyn Community Centre, the MRT routes, etc. I guess I just wanted to quickly call out the issue of the call to prayer because I think that the paper shows, and I want to give my apologies that there wasn't a tiny little bit more information on the day of when we did the district plan because it was always a very small issue. It was always a request for very rare opportunities for the Kilburnie Mosque to broadcast, and so it's such a minor issue that it doesn't actually even require a decision from us. So that information was available shortly after our meeting. There were obviously a lot of big issues decided on the day of the district plan. So I do, you know, I have concerns that the way some people have misrepresented these matters in a way to alarm people, where it was never our intention to do anything that needs to be of any alarm to anybody, and so much that it doesn't even require a decision for us to make. The matters on heritage and view shafts, and I know we have an amendment coming up. I actually considered myself putting an amendment to sort of cease work on adding to heritage areas or view shafts. And I decided not to put that amendment because we have had a sort of a middle of the road kind of paper put to us that there's a bit more work to go into these things. So I have decided not to do that, and I think it would behove us all to look at what officers have given us, which is a kind of a balanced plan to do some more work on some of these issues. But obviously we have signalled the major directions here today. So yeah, look forward to debate. Hopefully very short.
And I'm happy to, Councillor, I'm happy to second that. Thank you.
Sorry, Tim, it's hard online. Do I speak to my amendment? Are there other amendments? What is happening?
Why don't we do yours first?
Okay. Can you just?
Oh,
it's really hard to follow online. I'm glad I'm not doing this very often. I'm bringing an amendment, as I had already signalled in the questions and have signalled through email, that I would like us to bring forward this view shafts issue. It's work that will have to be done anyway, but I think it would be useful if it was actually able to be done in time to inform our omnibus plan change, mainly because if it is decided that some view shafts do need protection, for example, the issue that was highlighted today, that may not be one that needs protection. But if it was decided that there are some that are worthy of protection, you do have to act before the view shaft is blocked. Personally, I'm somebody who does like the views in Wellington City. I think they're a really special part of our city. I've always thought that you could, because it's hilly, you can look up and see beautiful vistas, but you can also look down and see beautiful vistas. Not every view is worthy of protection, but we do have some stunning monuments and special places in the city that are very characteristic of Wellington. And I think of that view of the beehive framed by the Tinakori Hills. I think of Mount Victoria and the characteristic houses that are there. I think of the Carillion, actually, which I do love. I suppose we've all got our pet views, and this is a matter for the experts to decide what is worthy of protection and what isn't. But I do think it's a matter that's worthy of being addressed in a timely way if we're going to do it at all. So this just directs officers to do the work that they were going to do anyway, but directs them to actually get on with it in time to bring it to inform the committee when we actually consider the omnibus plan change. And I think Councillor Young was going to second.
Thank you. Do you want to speak now?
Not really.
Okay, so Pauiwi Kelly?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm supporting this amendment, and essentially it's because it was raised. We've had the submitters come, and we've heard from the officers that there is ambiguity with the view shafts, and I think that it would be helpful for it to be clarified. I didn't really want it to go to a plan change, but I understand from speaking to the officers that is the pathway. So I support this recommendation.
Councillor Matthews.
I would like to strongly encourage you to vote against this amendment. I mean, I think the example that was shown to us today actually showed to me that further work, further protecting of the view shafts has got much more of a negative impact than a positive one. And actually in the modelling that was shown to us, there was lots of lovely new housing and still a view of the beehive. And with, the greatest respect to the people involved, that there are greater priorities for the city than further protecting views on top of what we already have. And I just want to note that the restraint from those that probably don't want to add, it's my personal position, I don't want to add anything to heritage protection or to view shafts, but I have held off making an amendment to allow the process as outlined by officers to proceed. So,
does anybody else wish to speak, or could we go back to Councillor Free? Councillor Free, is there any closing remark you'd like to make? Or are you happy just to go straight to the point?
No, I would just say I understand Councillor Matthews' position, but in a way that strengthens my view that we need to address this promptly, because if they're not going to be protected, we might as well know. And, I just think there is an ambiguity and uncertainty here, and personally I'd like to see it resolved sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Sorry, can we just have a division on that, Tim?
Yep.
Thanks.
And that has failed. Right, so we're on to the next amendment, which I think is Councillor O'Neill's.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that a new C has been put forward. Apologies, after meeting quickly over the morning tea break. Should be.
Do we just wait a minute while...
Yeah, or it's sent to DL councillors, but happy for a break. I'm happy to, I understand that the amendments need to be moved, but before they are seconded, questions can take place, and they can also be adjusted in between the mover and the seconder if we wanted to progress things. I'm just aware members have to leave at 3 p.m.
Do you want to talk to it now?
I could talk to it now, and then questions could be asked after it's moved, like what we've done. The new emails are on the big screen. Cool. So, Ngā mihi, and I just want to acknowledge the rather up in the air nature of a lot of these amendments. These amendments have been brought forward by Councillor Wineta and Deputy Mayor Foon and myself throughout a number of ongoing conversations with the Save Our Venues, Kōrau, regular meetings with musicians, chatting with musicians and live music venues in Wellington City. And foremost, the aim of these amendments is to look at positive changes and prepare and request officers prepare advice on them so that residents and live music can live in harmony. And I really, the adjustments have been recent because we're trying to adapt and find consensus on this. And I just want to be really clear that the intention of C and these amendments is not to increase the ability to build more housing in this city. So if we hear pushback on that or advice and contrary to that, then we'll try and find a change to this so that we can get consensus moving forward. It's a bit hard to convey to my colleagues, I guess, maybe the value of live music when it comes to the feeling of being glued to a sticky floor of Valhalla just as a mosh pit breaks out. But the value of live music has genuinely changed my world in experiencing Wellington at night time. No shade to Courtney Place, but that is not a safe not a safe place for people of my community, especially as a queer person in Wellington City. And finding live music has genuinely been a life-saving for many of the community connections, community organising, checking on each other, discussing mental health, having good spaces for neurodiversity and disabled people in our city. And just chatting to someone the other week, I got a quote from him. He's an artist on stage. He's actually a council officer, so I won't name him. But he's in a really good metal band. He said, "It's an incredibly important safe space for artists, creatives and Wellington-owned venues to provide a place for people needing community. These live music venues have provided respite for far more than just myself, but also the development of creativity and culture in our city." The health of live music is a sign of an energetic and inspired city. I have here in front of me a report, The Economic and Cultural Value of Live Music in Australia, and it kind of makes comparisons between the two countries, but this was brought towards us, I think, through the long-term plan, that it showed that for every $1 invested into live music, $3 is returned back into the economy. And a lot of the discussions with district plan, with resource management, is kind of about a balance about how we can reinvigorate our city. We've got the Ahutini plan right in front of me. It's a program of work that's coming back to us in November. And I just really, really hope that we can maybe look to add some good improvements in this place. So please, this is really important to me. It's really important to San Fran, to Miao, to Valhalla, to events like Kuburuba to be able to take place, musicians and artists across the city. And I really hope that you can support these amendments today.
Thank you. Could we perhaps just get Liam's input? Because I guess it all boils down to the cost of whether people are going to have to spend money on their homes.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So it's not just new housing, it's also existing. So perhaps you could tell us.
Can we just have quite a sorry, I'm not criticising it did come quite late, but I just don't even understand what some of this means and what the implication is. So can you just take us through that reasonably slowly?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So, look, I think we need to be careful that the amendments proposed are proportionate to the issue we have. And I think you heard Matt Borich do a really good explanation about the way he goes about with his team in a graduated sense of enforcement in the city. He takes a very gentle, light touch early and slowly ramps it up if the venues are starting to perhaps not manage their noise effectively. I think he also gave a very good example of what the implications are when these standards are increased on the actual construction of apartments. I think he mentioned the triple glazing, the types of window sizes and the internal amenity of the apartments. It is a very, very complex issue. And, when you look at the amount of complaints that graduate, if you like, to enforcement, they're very few. And I think we need to be careful about the proportionality of a response like this, the details of which I'm hoping Sean can talk to. In particular, I think Sean, with my glasses on, there was an additional one added that I'm concerned about as well. But I just implore councillors to think carefully about that. I totally understand what the councillors bringing the amendment are trying to achieve. I think generally as a city, as an enterprise, we try to support the arts and the culture aspect of the city as much as we possibly can. And I think we take a very genuine and collaborative approach with venues when we hear and take complaints from the community. And that's, I'll put a full stop after that, and I'll hand over to Sean now to perhaps to speak to the particulars.
Very good. That's defamatory. Can we move to the top of the amendment, please? Certainly. So, direct officers to prepare advice on a district plan change that considers. So, first of all, you are only commissioning advice that will then come to you for a decision to turn into a plan change. One thing that we need to be cognizant of is the level of detail that advice will be at. The more detailed it is, the more complex it becomes, the more expensive it is, and the more time it takes. Sorry, that's very obvious, but needs saying. So, first, one, creating a bespoke overlay to apply appropriate noise regulation for entertainment activities to encourage live music venues and related creative activities. So that is a method. We can look to see whether a bespoke overlay could be made, but we would do so at a relatively high level. So it would be more of a feasibility test to tell you whether a overlay was a useful tool in our opinion and why or not. 2, amending noise control regulations to make live music performances more permissible up until midnight on Friday and Saturdays. So that would be the extension, effectively, of the evening noise limits into later in the evening. I'll have to call forward Mr. Borich for this one, because it's quite technical. Matt.
Ask me the question.
So if we were to extend the noise control regulations to make live music performances more permissible up until midnight on Friday and Saturday.
So we can't change the well, you'd have to try to change the RMA.
Okay.
So the overriding factor really is Section 16, and people have the right to make a reasonable level of noise, but not an unreasonable level. So that's the test. What's a reasonable level of noise and what's an unreasonable level of noise? So they have the venues have an obligation to keep their noise to a reasonable level. So what is a reasonable level? And we set the limits to look at that, to give a guidance on that. And we look carefully when we set the limit. We consider the district plan limit is a reasonable level of noise. So if you were going to change to 12 o'clock, you couldn't change excessive noise, the subjective side of things. That's under the RMA, would have to be looked at. You couldn't change Section 16, what is a reasonable noise limit. That would always be an assessment. What you could change is the district plan limit. Now, the district plan limit is set at 60, and that's really the upper recommended in standards. That's the upper recommended level for mixed use areas. You could go to 65, and that's an industrial limit. And so that's really the test is what is a reasonable level. We can't change that. My opinion is 60 is a reasonable level. To go to 65 would mean the existing apartments with the 30, the insulation to 30 won't have the right amenity. As I explained before, trying to get that indoor noise amenity so it can allow us for sleep in the World Health Organisation. If you put it up to 65, they won't have that. So you're basically saying all the existing apartments will have some sort of sleep disturbance prior to midnight on a Friday and Saturday.
So with that advice, what you may want to do is rather than pursue 2 as the amendment of a noise control regulation, you may wish to include that in the letter you're proposing to write to the Minister at the end and make that an item for a national environmental standard or something on noise. For number 3, amending the permitted noise standard acoustic insulation and mechanical ventilation standards in a buffer around existing live music venues within the city centre zone without increasing development costs in new housing. So what that will likely do is create a form of policy filter in which we look at what are the environmental effects created from a venue that's making a amount of noise, and then we begin to exclude options based on the criteria of cost for new housing. So what you would effectively end up with is probably a table that says this is a method, this is what the application of a method would do, and this would have an effect on housing, yes, no. For number 4, amending temporary activities chapter to be more permissive for outdoor music events. That one's fairly straightforward. Temporary activities are a little bit different to the ordinary noise rules. Number 5, the impacts on housing permissibility and development cost. Okay, so that goes to the point I had before with 3. For number 9, directs officers to investigate non-regulatory methods to manage music venue noise and avoid unreasonable exposure to noise from city centre residents, such as guidance on running live music events in the city and working with the Ahutini and district plan teams to identify education. Both of those are good constructive things to do, and I would value the opportunity for my team to work with Gisela Cars. 9A, direct officers to continue working with Save Our Venues. Yes, that's fairly straightforward. And 9B is to write that letter.
So thank you, Sean. And so members, just before you go back into debate, if questions time's over, I just want to reaffirm my proportionality comment before. Totally respect the fact you want to go there and talk about it. In 2023, there was 1,800 noise complaints, and only 6.5% of those came from venues. Okay, so I'll just leave it at that and go back to the debate. I'm sorry, do you have another question? Sorry, Raina.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still, well, maybe Terry can talk about what actual problem we're trying to fix. I'm just a bit unclear. Is 9A actually legitimate? Because you have to do consultation with a wider range of people, and at least presumably you would consult with inner city Wellington, who are very moderate. You know.
So that directs your officers to engage with those parties. It does not direct us to engage exclusively with those parties.
Yeah, okay. Maybe, Terry, I don't know if you could just word that a bit. Yeah. And then, sorry, what exposure to noise from inner city residents impacting on the bars? Sorry, oh, maybe Terry needs to explain, but what, like, protests or parties or...
Where are we looking at?
9. What noise from inner city residents impacting on the bars? What problems have you observed there? Okay, maybe
Exposure
the mover needs to.
Instead of from. Apologies, Jan.
Okay, so you're not accusing inner city residents of being difficult. And so just the bespoke overlay. So I'm still confused about, like, what's different to what we've got at the moment? Is this talking about entertainment activities wherever in the city, whether it's Newtown or Courtney Place? And what happens, of course, when there's a change of use and a particular venue closes and then somewhere else opens up? How would you sort of make that practical?
So my interpretation of the instruction is to look at the type of overlay we see over the Courtney Place precinct. So it would be an area within the city that essentially had more noise in it.
Okay, and just last question, how can you improve the noise standards acoustic insulation without increasing cost? Well, sorry, Matthew, is that just given your advice before? Thank you.
Just to reiterate, my advice is that the NTW plus CTR greater than 30, that's a sweet spot. You can have a good design with big windows, decks, and the glazing just needs to be thicker. You're looking at thickening the lining within the walls there. But if you go to DNTW 30, you're going to increase the cost of apartments because if you're going to have the same size windows, they're going to have to be much thicker glazing, and they're going to be extremely heavy. And then the rest of the apartment's got to be engineered to hold up those windows, and you're getting away from standard construction. We don't know the costs of that, the exact cost of that, but that could be looked in, but you're definitely going to increase the cost. You can't get away from that. Or otherwise, you just have the soft spot is really the windows. Otherwise, you just have tiny little windows. You have standard construction, tiny little.
I think that's probably sufficient information. Councillor Randall, have you got a question or an observation?
Just in terms of what's trying to be achieved, the current zone is mixed use. Would it be more straightforward, all those things said, if it actually was maybe a new zone in terms of saying that, the strip along Courtney Place would be zoned as like industrial entertainment or something like that? And I'm just trying to seek your advice as to trying to get you to explore the most effective method because in a sense, you're looking at the theory where an apartment's built literally on Courtney Place, above a music venue. And that in terms of distance and setbacks, the noise effect away from an industrial area, which has the same noise permissions, and that might deliver what is sought by council in terms of what you want to explore.
So as Councillor Randall has said, in orthodox city planning, the way you would control reverse sensitivity effects, or the effects of people coming to a problem in an industrial zone, would be to move residential away from that industrial zone. And that's what's normally done. However, when we are dealing with the central city, it is already to a degree a mixed use area. And so we could look to putting in a single use zone. However, the movement to single use zones comes with a whole set of other flow on effects. So that can affect city vibrancy. It can also affect the opportunities people have to develop their land according to the choices they wish to make. So yes, that is a method, but there would be some trade-offs that would need to be examined.
How can we move on to debate, just to get a wriggle on?
Chair, would we be able to take a few minutes to...
Yeah, sure.
I think we might be removing some and squashing a few together.
If you could, because frankly, I'm totally opposed to this amendment because I think this is a very complicated area.
We'll see, we'll see.
Simplify it, the better. The first thing we're going to do is to vote to extend the meeting, which I personally will be voting against. But if you wish to extend the meeting, can you please vote green?
Roll over this.
It's not my fault. You're such a little smartass. Go home. Wants to second that? Okay, councillor, waste time. No. Okay. Okay, right. So we have got a question for that passed. We've got a question for Sean, which really is the amount of time and effort and cost associated with preparing this report.
This will take time and money to complete. In terms of, it comes down to a matter of prioritisation. At the moment, the priorities are the completion of the district plan hearings process, the beginning of the spatial plan, and the omnibus plan change. This can be done provided you are willing to accept a high-level paper which basically just scopes these issues. If you wish to go into detail of noise thresholds and begin the evidential process, that will be expensive, and I will have to bring back estimates to complete the work.
So the expectation is we're doing the cheap one or the expensive one for the guys who are putting this amendment? You want the cheap one? Cheap. So can we just, maybe we can just vote on this? Does everyone know where we are? So do we want to?
Sorry. Wave my right.
If still what? No. We're voting on. Do we want Sean to go away and? Okay. One person who wishes to debate. Please, Iona, would you like to?
Okay. Look.
Sorry. Sorry. There is one thing I'd like to add. A theoretical advice paper could be done, but we would not be able to accept 14, which is to direct the engagement, largely because whilst you have listed people for us to engage with, we would also have to engage with those that are impacted, and it becomes a very large task. The one that says to go off and engage with people. Direct officers. No, sorry, my eyesight's failing me.
Could you just say have a chat with?
No.
Could we just delete it?
So just to get some momentum here, so Sean is saying he's going to do a high-level report back to you all that'll advise on pathways for you, but he doesn't support 9A. He thinks that is onerous and expensive.
Yep.
Okay.
Are you willing to take it out? Okay, shall we take? Can we take 9A out?
Yes.
Okay, let's just take that out. So, Iona, did you?
Briefly. Look, colleagues, I do get where you're coming from, but this amendment, quite technical, arrived at 9:06, whatever, last night, without a lot of explanation. I'm struggling to understand what the problem is that you're trying to solve. I think we've got good advice from the officers. I don't think this is a priority. I'm sort of beggars belief. Pleading with you to have greener buildings, and in fact, in a climate crisis, and we're talking about a little bit of noise. The housing advocates of a particular type, or all housing advocates, are going to get their knickers in a bit of a twist here, because how are you going to protect from noise without increasing cost, I think is a little bit tricky. So, look,
I know what you're trying to do, but it would have been good if it was just a little bit earlier and we'd had a chance to talk about it in the context of all the other priorities we have. And also, I don't agree particularly with the last one too. We've got lots of things to talk to the government about. I just don't think this is a priority.
Has anybody else got a... Oh, so Councillor Chung would like to make a comment.
I think this is another one of those situations where there are no winners, because there's always going to be a debate on, okay, someone wants to move into the CBD because they want to be amongst all the action, all the things, the lively sort of things, go out close to the restaurants so they can step out of the door and have those things. But then also, those same people have got the right to peace and quiet when they want to sleep. Now, it could be that these people want to go to sleep at 10, and so. But if we have the noise up to midnight, it means that they can't go to sleep until then. So you're impinging on people's rights to have one thing, but they can't have the other thing. And so I think that I'm not saying I agree or disagree with it, but I think it needs a lot of discussion, and so we need more information on it. So, and how it's going to affect people, and even to the extent of, say, talking to the real estate agents and say, like, one thing we're saying that we want more people in the CBD, we want more people to move in. So we need to ask people, okay, what would be the effect if we have to actually increase the cost by whatever it's going to cost to actually soundproof their buildings more? Would this affect the sales? Would this be a deterrent to people moving into the CBD? So we're sort of putting one, not requirement, but something that we want to do. We want to get more people into the CBD, but we're deterring them by increasing the cost because we're trying to make it quieter inside those houses. So I think that we need to debate these things, and we need to understand what the implications of everything that we actually do. So I think it's too difficult to actually make a decision on this with the amount of information that we have.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to make a comment, or should we just go to the vote?
No, everyone wants to go home, but I think this is a pretty important amendment. It does deserve a little bit of discussion, even despite our desire to get out the door. I guess I'll just frame to you, if you want to have a night out, would you choose Sydney or would you choose Melbourne? And I'll come back to why I do that framing. It's worth remembering there is a nightlife economy. That's people working in venues, it's musicians, it's the taxi drivers, as Councillor Abdurrahman talked about yesterday, it's security guards. There's a whole economy that exists in our city. Many of us don't engage with it. It's certainly been a while since the arrival of children, but it's there and it's important. I want to talk through living in Sydney in the 2010s. The government did two things. They implemented lockout laws, which aren't too dissimilar to the approach that police are currently taking in Wellington. And over the space of that decade, 270 venues were lost in Sydney. And the other thing they did was they liberalised planning laws, sort of similar to what we did. So there was a proliferation of apartments, but they did not do any work on noise protections while they liberalised those planning laws. And it led to things like the Annandale Hotel, which is one of a legendary music venue in Australia. It's where bands like Midnight Oil and AC/DC early in their careers played, and the Annandale had to close down because an apartment building was put next to it and those neighbours complained. Now it eventually succeeded, but the Land and Environment Court eventually found in favour of the Annandale, but Matt Rawls said the legal battle, which was driven by noise complaints from a small group of residents, cost the pub more than $250,000. They eventually changed tack in 2020. COVID basically forced that to happen, and they opened a new music district in a place called Sydenham, and my friends run a fantastic rehearsal space and venue there, Pleb City. Shout out to Pleb City. But there are some major differences to what's in Wellington. Firstly, we don't have a nice industrial district within a few kilometres of the CBD connected to a brand new metro as well as heavy rail, and the damage had already by and large been done in Sydney at that point. Meanwhile, in Victoria, something else happened. Premier Daniel Andrews saw, well, Sydney's loss can be Melbourne's gain, and in 2020 they put in specifically new planning controls to protect and identify existing live music precincts and provide better protections to those existing venues. So I guess I return to that initial framing of the question, which city would you rather have a night out in? And I'm going to guess that by and large around the table it's probably going to lean to Melbourne, as much as it hurts my heart because I love Sydney and I love living there. Melbourne took one approach, Sydney took the other, and I think that can inform your vote. I'm incredibly cognizant of that cost impact, and I spoke with a developer last night who was antithetical to the concept. But this is a plan that's meant to last for 20 years. We're going to bring tens of thousands of new people into the CBD over that time. So we do need to have some foresight about getting it right, because hopefully I've laid out for you a real-world practical example not far from here of what happens when you actually don't do that work. And remember, there's an entire nightlife economy. It's under threat at the moment. We heard from our hospo venues yesterday that came into regs how much they're struggling. We've done things around parklets and the others today. So what we do here does matter. So I just wanted to share that quite important example. And, you know, I'd hope that after this vote, should this proceed, people go away, do a bit more research or reading into what happened in Sydney in the 2010s, because it was dire and it still hasn't bounced back.
We are now going to vote on the amendment.
Really brief.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Really brief rate of reply. Just to respond to Councillor Pennant, we are not increasing noise. We are not making that decision today. This is simply asking for initial advice to come back to us. I agree that this needs future discussion, Councillor Chung. That's why we are asking for officers to prepare initial advice. Last comments about this being a last-minute amendment. I acknowledge there's been lots of change. We've been trying to work a bunch of groups, but there was also a last-minute amendment circulated at 5 p.m. yesterday on half-cost paths, and 10 of you just voted for that. So, yeah, no, I do understand that noise is complicated, but so's half-cost paths in some degree. But yeah.
So we're okay to vote for the whole lot in one go? Yeah. Very good. Okay, please vote.
Division as well, please. Thank you.
That is passed. Now we go back to the substantive.
Hopefully nobody.
Has anybody got any last words they'd like to add? Oh, there's always one person.
Kia ora whānau. I wish I can speak to the whole paper, but I want to limit myself to the noise control, and especially regards to the controversy around the call for prayer from masjid or from the mosque. Who are those Muslims? How dare they ask something like this, and where did they come from? And I want to highlight to you the first Muslim came to New Zealand in 80s actually, and in 1858 is one of the time when two Muslims mentioned in the court in Littleton Times here, and this is like we're talking about the community that we have been living with for more than 150 years, nearly 200 years. And now asking for such a very small thing, so some trying to politicize it is just like out of mind. And currently the Muslim community population in New Zealand is about 60,000 from censuses that we have. And when we are a leader of a city, we need to make sure we are leading for all our communities. I would love to congratulate and appreciate your leadership, Mayor Whānau, and also my colleague, Councillor Rebecca Matthew, and McNulty, the rest of you as well. You played a big role in this space. I tried to do a bit during the discussion, but the challenge of being from a minority community sometimes is it's very exhausting to explain yourself again and again. And it's also going to bring a lot of more hatred to the community. You can handle it. A person like me, I can handle it. I'm okay, because I get here not easily. I put a lot of roots down before I come up, so I can struggle with whatever waves come towards me. But for my community, for my colleagues who drive Uber, when they face that racism, Islamophobia, that is not an easy one. So all I want to say is this is the community that have been living with us, and this is part of the community. And for those who struggle to see them around, good luck for you, because I got a message for you. I got a daughter who currently play for Island Bay United, and she's hijabi, and she's probably joining Phoenix. And all I want to say is this is going to be the future of the city. There's the future of our country, where we all celebrate each other's identity and the identity of the city as well. Identity is not something fixed. It's something that we add into ourselves, something that we take some of the part out as well. My daughter will be growing up in a very different environment. There is an identity. Her identity is now Maori speaking. That's what she's going to be in the future. This is the language of our country. Hijabi wearing, football playing, and the rest of it as well. So we are making sure those communities, those children, they do belong here, not only welcomed, since they have been here for a very long time. And for those who try to divide the community, majority are not on your side. Just get over it. Get a life. Thank you.
That's it? No, Councillor Matthews is. Vote on the whole shooting box? Yep.
We're going to take 8 and 9A, 8 through to 9A separately.
Oh, sorry, we've got 8 through to 9A separately. So this is excluding 8 to 9A. Yep. Everything else? Oh, hold on. Sorry. Could I back myself out there? Because I've got way of that one.
So this is 8 to 9A.
Could you?
Just change the button.
You need to tell people from the chair what we're actually voting on.
Okay, so we're voting. So this is effectively all the amendments that which turned up today. So this is 8 to 9A, which are all of the amendments that we've had circulated. Yep. I know we're voting on it again. So you get a second. You get a second. In case anyone changes their mind, as some people want to do. Councillor Randall, Sarah, are you there still with us? Oh, you're gone. That passes, as it did a few minutes ago. And now we can vote on the original clauses. All of the others. Everything else. It's in here.
It's not.
Yeah. That is passed. And now we come to the final item, which I'm sure we can drag on for a few hours if, you know. Don't laugh.
You help us.
Now, surely, Councillor Pennant, you've got something to say.
Doesn't the chair have a personal statement or something about his chairing?
Don't blame me.
I'd just like to say that I hope the Lions win on over the weekend and bring back the Ranfurly Shield.
It's your new sport.
Okay, so councillors are recommending that we receive the information. So can we? So I'm happy to move it. Councillor Matthews is. Is that your dog? What's a dog, is it? Oh. Well, we offered, and nobody did. That's it. So we've.
No, I'm serious. No, just in terms of what was in the forward program, I just noted that there was a couple of items which were actually quite confusing. That was very unclear as to what the items were, and in terms, I just want to note for the officers that it's important that people outside the council even must know what each item that's coming up is, so they can get prepared and know what we're doing in future. So I just want to note for the record that I found a couple of items not really readable, and I think it's important that they be self-evident. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll take that on board and report that to Jennifer.
Jolly good. So we're willing to vote now? And then we can vote on whether we should have a... We already voted. Oh, we have. Written. I think we're waiting. Thank you. That is passed. Now, we'd just like to have, does anyone want to have a debate about the karakia?
No.
Are you sure?
Only here.
Warua. Kia watia.